available for all of our functions as much as we can. And I can't wait for the one next year. I invited No Taxation. She is definitely going to be instrumental to the rally that's actually being constructed for next year. And Marcel, I hope to have you in Virginia and everyone in Virginia. I don't think the one that we'll put on here it'll be as loud, but I hope the turnout will be as grand because we want to surprise them. And the way that our people have the ability and love and to show up for each other, it just makes me proud. It makes me just overwhelmingly have just so much joy to know that we know how to get together. Now we know how to move to the next phase, and the next phase is putting action behind what we do when we get together. And so I'm a land there. No Taxation. Please come up. Marcel, did you want to say something?
No, Rella, I just want to say, whenever it happens in Virginia, let me know ahead of time, and I'm going to do my damnedest to get there because we got to show up for each other everywhere. And I know that's easier said than done. Look, work schedules, distance, gas prices, airline prices, trade prices, time. Sometimes you're just tired. Life, day-to-day grind of life, and when you're facing issues in life, that can beat you down. So I understand it. That's why when, Rella was there, of course, Rella, Black America donates to me, but as far as people that actually showed up, Rella came down to South Carolina to be with me, but I was never bitter that more people did it because I know, first of all, my race was short notice. I just came out of nowhere that's one thing. Another one was planning for it. But two, it's easier said than done. Driving across state, sometimes even driving an hour away. So, but to the best of my ability, and I would say to the best of our ability, we definitely need to try and show up for each other because, again, no one's going to show up for us besides us. And unfortunately, sometimes us, if you consider a cool one of us, which I don't, but sometimes us, it will be some of us to work against us. Like we had a few, trying to be Debbie Downers on the internet, trying to throw a little shade, doing what they do. But you know what? If you're really making progress when you have people fighting against you. If no one's fighting against you, you're not making any progress. When people start rallying up against you, that's when you know you're making progress. So I take it as a testament to the rapid speed and progress of this movement that we are making progress, and our enemies know it. That's why they're so frantic and desperate and resorting to lies and little poor attempts at trolling to try to stop us. So you let me know when that event happens, and I'm going to be right there.
Thank you. No text. DJ, go ahead, and then we have No Taxation on the stage. DJ, you there?
Yo.
Okay. Did you want to go?
No, go ahead, Susan. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey.
I'm actually working over here and multitasking, but go ahead. What's up, everybody?
Got you. Hey, No Taxation.
Mm-hmm. Hello, my sister. How are you? I know it was a beautiful day.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. We don't often have, hello to everybody in the room. We don't often have beautiful days in D.C. Anymore. We used to have them all the time when it was Chocolate City. And now that it's not Chocolate City, it seems like the Washingtonians just have not been able to get our city back. And this was part of getting our city back. That's the way I see it. Because it means something to people in Washington, D.C. to see Black people gather collectively in a protest for the freedom of Black people, whether it be economic, health, or anything that we discuss as far as the reparations process, because we used to be that. And, white supremacy plans well in advance, and we have to get our money from Congress. And so there you have it. It looks like what it looks like today. But I am so grateful to Tariq Nasheed for organizing this. I heard a few people say when I was listening to it, that because it was short notice, that they didn't think it would be well attended. Maybe I was the only one, but I thought it would be well attended because it was Tariq Nasheed. And it seems like whatever he touches turns to gold. And I don't know him, but I salute him. Anybody that is for the forward movement of Black folks in this country is on my side. That's the way I see it. Having said that, I know that Marcel mentioned, and Mark Stevenson has something in the Jumbotron about the rally that we're going to have, Juneteenth reparations rally in 2023. This is something that has been planned since April of this year. It's still in the planning phases and processes because what we're looking to do is something different. Each one of the rallies, the one that Rashad Singleton gave, was different than the one that Tariq Nasheed gave, and it will be different from the one that we're planning. There's several things goals that we're trying to reach. One is that, which is very important to me, is that there's a gathering of the Black grassroots that have been fighting this fight for a long period of time. A lot of them came from ADOS, and we know what happened there, and there's no sense in us going, back and past in time. But there's other people that have been fighting for reparations. Dr. Darity has been talking about this and researching this for 30 plus years. Derek Hamilton, the same, not the same amount of years, but well over 20 years. There's a lot of people that are for lineage-based reparations that have been quietly working in the background and trying to get something done on a national level. And that's what we're trying to do. This rally is for all of the Black grassroots that have been toiling in the fields. And if you have been toiling in the field, I want you to follow me and DM me your information, because I would love to invite you formally. Black Majority State will tell you, because we've talked, that this rally is for us. It's a multi-generational rally. We want it to be a protest. We want it to have a clear narrative about lineage-based reparations. We want to make sure that everyone is included. If you are for lineage-based reparations, then you're welcome to come. If you're not for lineage-based reparations, I would advise you to stay home, because you probably won't even be able to attend the rally, and you might be across the street with the protesters, because for every permit that you have, they tell you on your permit that there can be a counter protest. And I'm sure that's what was going on with the rally for reparations today down on Freedom Plaza. And that's why it was in the back. They have to be within so many feet. And yeah, you will hear them, but it makes no difference, because it was, what happened today was a success. Nobody can deny that. And we want a success in 2023. We want it to be multi-generational. We want people to feel that they can bring their families, bring their children. We'll be at the Sylvan Theater on the National Mall, which is where the monument is. It overlooks the monument. It's a grassy amphitheater. So if you imagine going to an outdoor amphitheater, instead of having the concrete or chairs or however they set it up, you'll be on grass. Amphitheater style. There's restrooms there. The stage is already built. We're inviting some go-go bands, because of course we want to be festive. And we'll have some of the things that I can tell you about now is that we're going to have a essay contest for high schoolers for scholarship to take with them, when they go to college, and art contests for the little ones. And I believe Nasty is going to come in there early and help people with the day of lobbying, which we are encouraging everybody to do on the Friday before. We're going to be there on Sunday. We're going to be on the mall on Sunday. It's June 18th. The 19th is actually Juneteenth, but we want to give that as a travel day for people, because it's a national holiday and you don't have to go to work. Okay. we have an HBCU engagement director who is Teresa Morgan, T. Morgan. She's on Twitter if you want to follow her. She's out of Atlanta. We have a project manager, Stephen Cannon. He's out of Memphis, and he's a project manager for a major insurance company.
Wow.
Dr. Lanise Bias is involved, and she's helping us get support from local organizations and local churches in the Washington, D.C. area. We also have... we have an outreach director, a Midwest outreach director in Chicago. And if anybody knows Afro Elite, tell him I want to talk to him because I'd like to bring him in on that. And so we're going to have some buses coming out of Chicago area, the Heartland area, I should say. We are working with a Black-owned transportation company so that we can get buses all over the country if need be, or even if they're going to come out of Philly, because that's a day trip for Philly, but in New York and stuff like that. But there's so many people. There's a lot of moving parts, and people are involved. We want to deal with Black-owned businesses only. So if anybody, I noticed that Tyreek talked about a Black-owned business. I don't know if it was out of D.C. or out of California. If he brought them, I don't know what happened for security, but we will have security. We don't expect any trouble because the nature of the way the Sylvan Theater is set up is that it's not as open as Freedom Plaza. And so Capitol Hill Police or Park Police, National Park Police will, they drive by there frequently because they put a lot of money into that, into renovating or redoing that amphitheater. Matter of fact, it's one of the architectural firm that they use is very well known and did a great bid, and so it's a beautiful place to have a protest, a good time, and those kinds of things. We're going to invite people that are to give out information on things such as civil rights, immigration. There'll be toolkits for how do you lobby on Capitol Hill. So we want to touch a variety of things. If anybody has anything they want to bring to the table, please just DM me. Let me know. If you talk crazy in my DMs, I'm just going to block you, so don't do it. But we want it to be very, very inclusive. I haven't talked about speakers yet. Everybody's asking about the speakers, and I'm not going to announce the speakers until it's time. But Marcel, certainly, I begged you in the very beginning. I was begging you, and you said you was going to be there, so I'm going to hold you to it. I'm going to make sure you have great accommodations in D.C. And great food, so you can feel comfortable in giving us one of the speech like you gave today, because everyone said unequivocally that you were the fire. And we need somebody to come in and just burn it down. And I say to people all the time, you don't know this, Marcel, but I say to people all the time, they say, well, what would you like Marcel to do? And I say, I want him to never stop talking. That's what I want from Marcel. I want him to continue talking, because when he speaks, people listen. And he's saying things that are very important. A lot of it is wisdom. A lot of it is fact. A lot of it is history. And a lot of it is plain old common walking around sense. And that's what we need in politics today, because not only is the country divided and the two parties are divided, but there's no governance now. And so that means if the country is not being governed, then the Black folks are out. We might as well be back on the slave ship. Because that's where they want us. And so we've got to counteract that. We have got to address our needs economically first, which is what this 2023 rally is going to be about. And I welcome every participation from across the country. The only thing that I ask is just tell me what you need. We're going to start at noon. and be over at midnight. So we're going to take about 12 hours because we want people to come and really, really enjoy themselves and to partake in everything that's going to be going on, not just on that day, but prior to that day. So, and thank you for bringing me up on stage, Rella, and saying this. I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to take anything away from the rally for reparations today. It was a beautiful rally. I did listen to it. I couldn't get down there, even though it's not a short drive for me. When you get old, a short drive is 5 minutes. A long drive is 30. Okay, so a 5 or 6 hour drive was not what I was looking for on the weekend to go to DC. But I don't want to take anything away from it. It was a beautiful rally, and I congratulate everybody that was involved in that and everybody that spoke. It just warms my heart. Thank you.
You're so welcome. People don't really know the backdoor dealings, of who knows who, and so I'll put it to you like this. I try to stay quiet if you don't see me on spaces, but when you see people that I tap into to bring in to have discussions, trust and believe, we work in silence and we work behind the scenes. I try to be as vocal as I can in our spaces as far as information and engaging, but the ground game has to be as big, if not bigger, than the showing up to the rallies. And when I tell you that the rally next year there will be no taking away from the 2 rallies that have happened this year. I honestly think that all the flowers and all the love should go to both rallies, the people who put them on, because it is an instrumental, historic moment that will be codified in history. And I think we owe it to ourselves to actually put on as much as we can, to show up as much as we can, to give opportunity for people who are in different areas to be able to be a part of different things and to usher in new conversation. That's what I love about being alive today, and in this moment today. And so for everyone who I think has negative things to say, I would say find the good in all things. And my motto, Black, do no harm. And do no harm means that for wherever we are, until we get our repair and until we get our representation, we are responsible for one another, right? And so I would implore each and every one who is an FBA, ADOS, those who understand the Friedman context, who don't understand but want more and know more, get involved and link up with people. Don't argue with each other about things that have no bearing on changing your life. Answer the call, and answer the call now, because we are all called, period. All of us are. And if you don't know no taxation, and you don't know the people behind the scenes, if you ain't working with NAASD, any of the reparational groups, any of the people who, even if they do believe in the historical lineage marker and moving into understanding biblical sense and things like that, link up with folks, take what you're supposed to take, and move. That is pretty much it. I think the rally today should solidify why the arguments amongst everyone across Twitter and off Twitter have to cease. And if you don't see that, if you don't understand that piece, then you're not fully awake. You're not fully aware. And so please take it upon yourself to get involved. Find a way to solve whatever issues you might have about whatever you don't like about somebody. Find out how you can get involved, because we need every able body there is, period.
Can I just say one thing?
Of course. Yes, Mama.
And add to this is that because I think this information is important. All of the work I do is on Capitol Hill, and I've been doing that work since 1985. And I'm well versed about how the Hill works and what you need to do and that kind of thing because because I've been in the game a long time. I'm going to say this, and this is coming. I want you to understand that you may not see my face on Twitter, and that's for a reason. I'm incognito for a reason. I want you to know this, and if you don't take anything else away from what I said, take this. The word reparations is on every single political person on Capitol Hill's tongue. Every single one. There's not one that has not uttered the word reparations. They may not have done it in public, but they've done it in private. And I'm talking both sides of the aisle. And if you want to do lobbying, I will tell you where you need to lobby with your politicians in your state. Lobby to the Senate. Don't lobby to Congress. Congress writes legislation, they don't pass it. So you're really kind of wasting your time. The Senate is a place where they say people go to die, okay, because it's a job for life, like the Supreme Court. And so that's where the power lies. And so if you don't take anything else away from what it is I've said, they know who is owed reparations. They know they have to pay. And they're talking about it. I also want to remind people that were in the movement before the pandemic came. There's a woman by the name of Chiffon she's either out of Connecticut or Massachusetts. I can't remember. But she contacted me some years ago, and she said to me she wanted to, with her organization, she wanted to buy Dr. Darity's book From Here to Equality for every single congressperson that is Black on the Hill. And she did that. They did that, her organization. So let's be real aware that every Black person in Congress on the Hill has a reparations plan from Dr. William Darity because they have the book. So don't let these people fool you into thinking that they don't know. They do know. And our job is to press them because we have them on the run. This is the closest we've ever been. We've never been this close. And that's because of the Black grassroots movement. That's where the power is. The power is in the numbers. And so, like Rella was saying, you don't have to like one another. You don't have to agree with one another. Just show up in numbers in mass. Because you have to think about it very clearly and logically. If FBA wins, I win. If the Freedmen win, I win. Name another group. If they win, I win. You see, it has to be lineage based, and they know it's lineage based, and they'd rather pay fewer people than to pay more people. So never forget that. And I just want to end it there. Thank you.
Yeah, let me thank the brother Marcel for, we had offline conversations, man, well over a year ago. And the reason that I supported him was simply because he stuck to, okay, I gotta drop Miss Rella out. Okay. He stood on his square. Like I have a thing where I respect people who don't waver, who don't jump on the latest trend, who are essentially immovable. We all learn, we all get new information, we add that to what we already know, and that builds us up and makes us stronger. But essentially you got to have a core, and everything that I've seen with Mr. Marcel is a core. He has a core and he sticks to it. So I do appreciate that. Insane. Marcel, if you feel like jumping in, jump in at any time. Insane, you got it.
All right, great space, Black American Homeland. Um, to the other host and co-host. Um, you know, it was a great space, great rally today. I felt the numbers were very strong, right around 2,500, definitely, quite possibly double. All of the speakers put on a great showing. Marcel, I listened to you intently as I walked around the plaza, and I think it was definitely amongst one of your best speeches so far. You really hit on a lot of topics, and you delivered quite well. So definitely one of your best speeches that I've heard so far. I have to agree with no taxation. These people have contemplated for quite some time. You know, I came to that conclusion roughly over a year or two ago that they've come to the conclusion that they have to deal with this, and in their think tanks, I suspect they've long had some sort of plan. We just have to mash the gas and push really very, very hard. These people aren't sleeping. They know they made wrongs. Martin Luther King put it in their face in the 60s. You know, it started to gain traction again well over 3, 4, 5 years ago. So trust and believe. She's absolutely right. They're talking about it, have been talking about it for quite some time. We just have to push very hard. And I met a lot of great people there today. You know, the energy amongst the crowd was very good. There were a couple of agents running around trying to infiltrate, but they were handled or either they were ignored. So it was very orderly, a lot of good looking people, and a lot of FBA representation there. So it was a great thing, and it can only get better. Met Stacia, Ashun, and a couple of other folk from the DC area. So all in all, it was a great day, and you know, it's only up from here. So I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, you know what? Let me say, because you mentioned agents, and then I just saw this picture. So I was really, I found myself looking at the buildings. There was a lot of office buildings with these rooftops and windows, and then I really saw myself looking at backpacks. So when people would walk by, I just was like, I just needed to look at their backpacks. Um, and that was just me being a little more, again, like I said earlier in the space, I just was kind of wanting to be aware of the surroundings um, at all times. But the security for the event, for the VIP section where all the speakers were at, was gated off. There was good separation. So in terms of the people that were there to give the message, they were fully insulated and protected. So that I do appreciate.
Well, my experience was there was some person that walked up with something in a bottle, and he was trying to sell something to somebody in the crowd, and he was escorted out. I don't know what he had, but I just noticed him shaking something in a bottle, holding it up, and some people escorted him out. It might have been, I heard, something about CBD or something like that. It was just so obvious. And then there was this other trio, all white, and they were supposedly doing a school project. No introduction of names, hi, my name is such and such, and I'm with this organization or this extracurricular club or this university or this school. Just basically a white woman in a cat suit running up in a black man's face with a camera telling me about a school project. And I quickly said, no, I'm listening to the stage. That was it. And they moved on, and they just walked around the whole time trying to approach some people. So that's suspicious activity. They were never really a part of the crowd. There were, there was small smattering of white people here and there that was just like standing around. But this trio, they were
Mm.
obviously consulting amongst themselves and then trying to approach people, and it just didn't work. The behavior was really off code. So that was just suspicious activity. I can't really say what they were doing, but
Wow.
they definitely stood out. It was like, you're not trying to be a part of this. You want to talk to me? Just listen to the stage. You can get whatever you want for your little school project. That's it. So, those were some of my observations. Other than that, it was a great day.
Hey, Insane, did you see Stacia Hall
Mm.
out there?
I did not see. See, I don't know if I saw her. I don't know if I saw her because.
Did anybody see Stacia?
Yeah, Stacia was out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw her. I spoke to her and our son.
Her
And
son.
I think they set up. I think they set up a little table and all because they definitely had literature. And I went and hugged them. I guess they must have, because they asked me about it. But I told them, I couldn't say yeah, and then they had to speak to Tariq. I don't guess they must have. They definitely had literature. I hugged her. She was definitely out there. I don't know if she stayed out there for the entire event because by the time that the other mayor came, Red, she left. Now, I want to tell you, I don't know much about Stassi. I'm going to be doing a room for her tomorrow to get to know her. But one thing I do know is that a son told me that she had written hundreds of candidates, and Stassi was the only one that responded, the only one that sat down to hear human interest. And I know she's extremely anti illegal immigration. So I'm definitely gonna be rooting for her. Because I looked at the other guy's red zone, and I know he claims he supports reparations, but I think I went his platform. He got something on there about undocumented people. That's a really dead on arrival with me.
Yeah. So Asan is here. She is the well, she can speak for herself. Asan, do you want to come up? But again, I know for a fact that we really need to invoke a lot of the movement in large numbers when we have crowds like this and get people opportunity to support even the candidates, whomever it may be, and pass out literature, start to talk to the people in the community. I think I would actually say that we need to utilize when we get together our power in the moment, right? Because we don't know when we'll ever get that time again. And the biggest thing, Marcel, as you know, when we're on the campaign trail, is that public engagement in the community seems to always be missed. And it's only, I think, missed because people are maybe, not afraid, but like for us, we are always like, well, what is that? If I didn't hear about it, second, third hand, first hand, then maybe I won't show up. But I think now we have the ability to use our voices in large numbers to say, hey, we need to tap into the community.
Let me tell you, you're right. That's called the on the ground support. That's the most important part of a campaign, but it's also the hardest part of a campaign to really generate and sustain. Those feet on the ground, people have told me, and I see it's true now. Some people like Clybo ain't done a damn thing, but because he's been there so long, he doesn't have name recognition, and people just vote Democratic down ballot. But for candidates who really want to win and don't have name recognition, the number one thing is getting someone to knock on doors, shake hands, speak to people. Not once, not twice, but many times as possible. Knocking on their door. That's really what wins. So you're right. And I hope, I see your son that said, Stacia was able to get some literature to the people. I hope people tune in for my space with her tomorrow. I think people will because she's kind of been, we just found out about it, but she's kind of been picking up steam. Because I've heard a few people I didn't even know about her mention already.
Yeah, I took a picture with her canvassers. They were passing out a flyer. I think it was three of them. They had shirts on and then they had the flyers with her information. But I didn't. I asked them. Was she there? And it may have been later in the event where she had already left. Miss Hassan.
Hey everyone, thank you all for bringing me up. Yeah, thank you, Marcel, for coming out, making sure that she got the attention. I appreciate that. We were there. We were there until about 1, and then I decided. First, I'm going to say, if you all don't know, I'm Hassan Powell, and I am Stacia's campaign manager. Also, I am the co-founder and president of Capital Accountability Project here in the DMV. So yeah, we were here. We were there. We decided after, I think it was a total of 11 of us actually at the rally. Our intent for the rally was to reach out to more of the native Washingtonians there. My assessment was that there were a lot of people from out of town, and to be honest, we're on a campaign trail, right? So as campaign manager, my decision was to take the team away from the reparations rally and to get back out into the community, because 1 minute loss is a vote loss, in my opinion. And so we went out to Ward 7 and Ward 8, and we went to work. We stayed out there for an additional 4 hours. We had been out. We were out from 9:30 this morning, and I literally came in. I got home at like 5 something today. I think I was talking to Rella on the phone as I was pulling up to my house. So we were very successful. We put out another 1,000 postcards. We have the American Freedmen Agenda. We have now updated the website from today's rally. We are excited about hosting a room with Marcel tomorrow. We're still pushing to get the robocalls done. So, we're still working on that. But outside of that, I'm not here to bash any other mayoral candidate. But real talk, we've been educating ourselves as a whole when it comes to the freedmen, that we are looking at policies, not party. Real talk, if you compare the two websites with Grant, and you look at Stacia's website, it's hands down, no argument. Our Freedman candidate happens to be running on a Republican ticket, but she is our candidate. Everything about her site speaks us. And she has not pushed back on anything that we have sat down and talked about. As a matter of fact, we continue to add specific items to the website as we identify more and more what our specific 2 wards need. Although I tell people, if you are out here in the DC area, she is, of course, the candidate for the entire DC, but she has a specific interest in Ward 7 and 8. One, again, they're our people, they're her people. She is a freedman too. They are the ones who have been historically locked out of all the resources. And that's just real talk. So we're not here to play with people. We're not here to pussyfoot around and tap around the fact that the freedmen have been deprived. If she gets this win, she's going to make sure that we are a resource. If she doesn't get this win, which I would encourage anyone who is sponsoring or endorsing the candidate, make sure that they understand, if you get the win, you got to agree to meet with us every 6 months. If you don't get the win and you intend on running in 2024 or whatever your next election is, make them commit in writing that they're going to continue to work with you for the next 2 years for their next candidacy, because this is the only way that we ensure that we get the candidates who are really about us, not just jumping out here, coming up on whatever, a platform, a stage, or walking in your neighborhoods talking some crazy mess, and they absolutely have no intention of doing anything for you except collecting your vote and then ignoring you as though you're not there anymore. We're not about that game here. I just want to thank everyone who came out, who supported her, and to continue to support her, because we're on the home stretch. And I'll land. Thank you all.
And I tried to get I told Tariq about Stasa, but it was so last minute. I don't think he was able to work her in on the stage. But let me tell you, I met a guy today. You might know him because he's from your neck of the woods, Mr. Cheeks. You know him?
Yes, I know John Cheeks. He's been running. He's been an at-large candidate here, fam, forever, right? He is the author of the DC Recovery Bill, which is what he calls a reparations bill for us. I've been working with John for about 5 years. John is a good man, but it's our time. I'm gonna say it that way. It's time for the younger generation to pick up the mantle and get serious about our politics.
Okay, do you think we can probably, like, even if him and Stasio are different parties, I don't know, Tesla's been telling me something, which I saw the value in it. Like, sometimes you do, like, not like a unity ticket because they're different parties, but sometimes a candidate can link up with another candidate and they sort of, like, share support, share networks. You think that's something possible for John and Stasio to do? Or are they two ideologically different or something like that?
So basics, they have the same ideology. And I'm not going to take anything from John. John is solid when it comes to the American Freedmen platform. Like, that's just real. But for me to link them up, I'm against that. Not because they would not work together to achieve our goals, but you got to know John. You got to know his history as it pertains to DC, his numerous runs, and why he has lost all of those runs. When you understand that, then you know that sometimes things are not advantageous for you to match someone with, because the records are not so that it's going to benefit you. It may even prove to be a detriment to you. So yeah, that's why we stood down.
Okay, I understand that.
But yeah, we're very familiar. For those who don't know John Cheeks, he wrote the DC Recovery Act here. It is like, I don't know, 500 to like 1,000 pages, but it did not make it here. He even tried to get it as a referendum added to the ballot. It did not make it. But in Minnesota, they actually used his framework from his DC Recovery Bill to establish the Reparations Commission there. And so he is phenomenal in understanding what we need. That doesn't always transfer over, saying it in a polite way, doesn't always transfer over to the political landscaping that he's in here in the federal city.
Is there donation information for the candidate that we could put up in the Jumbotron?
Yeah, I'll drop it in the Jumbotron real quick for everyone. Give me a sec. Thanks. Thank you, Hassan. So I want to quickly and just say this. Look at all the candidates, and don't get too familiar with party. Party over policy has to be the goal for the next 10 years, if not lifetime appointment, because at this point we are outnumbered in government in regards to people who represent a particular group, religious wise or ethnic wise, and then also whether they're Democrat, Republican, and independent. You have to make sure that they are speaking the language, and the language is actually being represented also in their literature. That is so important. For those of us who are working in the background, again, no taxation. Go ahead. You wanted to say something, Mama?
I didn't want to say anything. My mic keeps coming on, though. Can you drop me down? Because I don't know how.
Yes.
Thank you.
Marcel, did you want to say anything else? Does anybody else want to say anything else?
No, I'm good, brother. Thank y'all for having me and inviting me up.
Oh man! Hey, before
I'm going to mention before you go, Marcel.
before you go,
and Hassan leaves, that please take a glance over to Illinois if you are not familiar with what's happening in Illinois. Right now, they are also in need of support, people who are in Illinois, to help get involved with work that needs to be done on the ground, as well as developing their commission for reparations. We are fighting against people who have been here for some time who look like us. Unfortunately, they are elders, and they are pushing a globalization agenda that seeks to ignore our history here in the United States. When I hear people say, "Oh, well, slavery was here, but we need to move on," it is a blatant disrespect. That is the ultimate disrespect to me, because now you're saying that I cannot have a discussion about my lineage and my family's history because you want to move on. You want to feel comfortable amongst other crowds of people, and I say no. And I say I denounce anyone who puts the phrase "move on" in their lips, on their tongue, in reference to the United States chattel slavery and our lineage that happened here. I don't like that. I think it's very dismissive. It's really passive aggressive, a passive aggressive way to say we need to be included in other groups in order to get what we need, when it's not that we need to be included. We need to actually build a foundation so that way we can compete on a global stage. That's the part that's missing. And we need to get an understanding of why it's important. I watched the documentary, and I'm going to just say this real fast, Black, and I'm not going to take away from the rally. I watched the Hebrews to Negro documentary, and you all know I compartmentalize. I actually sit and I watch things for clues and to understand what actually is happening. It fits in the lane of why freedmen exists. It fits in the lane of why, for a concerted effort, there has been groups like NARC and COBRA who want to try to move past anything that has happened to our ancestors, so that we don't get to a point where we now know how to fight on a civic level, on a spiritual and faith-based level, or so that we don't recognize who we're playing with on this chessboard. I think that it is important, and I said I was going to host a space on the replay, but I want to wait until everybody gets a chance to watch the movie, if you haven't, or read the book, so we can have a full-on wonderful discussion about how this pertains to the work that we're doing now, why it's important for you to get involved in the communities, to get people who can vote for candidates, and why it's important for us to recognize lineage, ethnicity, as well as who in government actually holds the purse strings. So that'll probably be a whole nother space. I don't know if we should do it on a Saturday, maybe one of the nights here, Black, for Black Majority State. But either way, I think it definitely is a discussion that will be coming up soon. We need more historians, genealogists, archaeologists, people who are, self-read, taught, whatever, to really start to vocalize why it is that, we have been so loud and vocal about Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. People are like, well, they're not supporting the reparations movement. Well, a lot of people aren't supporting the reparations movement in the way that we would like. That's not the talking point. That's not the discussion. The discussion is what is the important targets and why these things are happening. if whether or not we meet Kanye or Kyrie and you don't believe in whatever they believe in, there's still two um, Black American freedmen men
Mm.
who have been now almost devoured by a system that will continue to devour our people who even run for office, who want to have a discussion about why it is we exist, and they are millionaires, billionaires, or whatever. So if the bigger giants don't have the right voice for whatever reason, and then our voice is not being amplified on their stage, we have to talk about that. You like all the arguments about, well, what are people going to keep doing? Well, I can tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to make noise wherever there needs to be a voice. I'm going to stand in a gap wherever there needs to be a gap, because Black men, Black women, Black children, American freedmen families demand that. We deserve that. If I don't do anything else with my voice, if I don't do anything else with my body, I will lay my body down for my family.
Mm.
And that will be my sacrifice for here on this earth. You have to get to that point mentally, because you got to leave it all here. You can't continuously argue about, well, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? No, we have to do it. And we got to do it in a strategic way. We have to do it in the right way. And we have to have the information to make sure we are all standing on solid ground. I'm ushering a little anointing on that, because that's what that means. So, yeah. So if you haven't had a chance to watch from Hebrew to Negro, regardless of what your faith is, watch it. Compartmentalized. It is long, but you can digest it in bits and pieces and get ready to have the discussion. Black, I will hand it back off to you. Shout out to Dr. Jenkins in the room, all of the scholars, self-taught and educated or degree scholars. You guys have my undoubted respect and admiration.
Yeah, I second that. I have a question for Marcel while he's still in the room, and it's more of a question slash suggestion. So in our chat, someone posted a picture of these beautiful little kids that had these beautiful little signs. They were gorgeous. They walked past me, and it was like, oh, you want to take a picture, but it's too late because they're already past you. Well, somebody posted a picture of just the beautiful signs, beautiful kids. There were so many kids at this event that it it just really came to me that there should be someone who's there for the kids, like entertainment, toys, something for them to, for them, but also that ingratiates the parents as well. So that's like a suggestion box thing that I want to put out there. But for Marcel as the candidate and also the speaker at the event, how do you feel about address? Because I know you're a teacher too, addressing the kids that are coming to these events, because this was really a family friendly event.
You know what? It was a lot of kids. I know we talked about how it was a lot of brothers out there, and that's good. You know, I think it was probably like one sister for every two brothers, which is good. It was a very young crowd too. I mean, of course, we had our elders out there, but it was overall a pretty young crowd, much younger than the typical, that some Democratic rally crowd. Very young. Much more male dominated. Of course, a lot of women, but it was definitely a lot of children too, and a lot of beautiful Black American families. I definitely, I feel that when it comes to events like these, if it's like what we did today, which is a rally, rallies are different But if it's like a conference where you have like a series of different talks or interviews and panels, and a conference type setting, then you can have like an activity or a speaker or some type of presentation tailored for children. But at a rally, it is definitely, I think, the most important thing and the best thing to do for children at the rally is for their parents just to make sure they have them there and to keep them in this environment and to follow up on what is said there at home. Because the rally is more like it's a series of speakers to motivate us to follow through on a call of action or a goal. Is a little more difficult in a rally circumstance, especially when it's focused on political call of action. For that's something separate for children. But it was great seeing all the children out there. I was even interviewed by some little girl, precocious little girl. I don't know her cash. I don't know her Twitter profile or nothing. But it was really nice seeing all the children out there.
Man,
I met a lot of people's children on Twitter. I met a lot of their kids, so that was really nice. They're teenage kids. Some had young kids, some had teenage kids, some had adult children. So it was still nice to meet them.
Yeah, can you speak to that? Because as I was, as I was exiting the event, I came past the stage because I was on one side and then I circled the whole plaza. And as I came to the other side, I could see that they were preparing you and the other speakers to either take pictures or have conversations. How long were you available to stay after that? And how did you feel about that part?
I tried to get the heck out of there, but people weren't letting me. So, and I didn't mind at all. I took a lot of pictures. A lot of the speakers did. A lot. And then the shuttles, because we had Tariqa Rain's drivers for us, they took us in different sets. So I was with the second set of people they were going to take back to the hotel. So I was there for a good minute afterwards. That's when I met a lot of people. And I met a lot of their children and was able to speak to a lot of people. I mean, it was exhausting, but exhausting in a good way. It was a good exhaustion. It was a good reason to be exhausted. I really enjoyed it.
Awesome. I can't wait to see the professional production. There were so many expensive, high-powered cameras in that crowd. I mean, there was some real expensive equipment floating around there. It looks like we got Big Lowski.
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was an amazing event today. One thing I noticed, the Hebrew Israelites, I grew up around those guys a lot. Debated back and forth, endless hours upon hours. It leads to nothing. They yell, they shout out Bible scriptures. The dead end is that the world is going to go up in flames. Jesus is going to come down to save them, and that's going to be it. They're going to wait on that, and then they're going to, at the end of the night, they're going to all pitch in, buy blunt and weed, and it's going to be over. So I wouldn't get caught up in that mess. I hate that it's all over the internet now, tweets. I think white supremacists are getting into that, and they spreading Jewish information and all that kind of stuff. But it's spreading like wildfire. It's going from state to state, man. A couple years ago, it was little pockets here and there, but it's gonna be everywhere. So folks just need to watch out for that. But besides that, man, it was a great event. It was a great event.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, especially based on what's already going on with these high profile black athletes. I was really right next to the stage, so I couldn't hear any of that when it was over and I started circulating to the back of the plaza. A few of the guys I took pictures with, they were saying that there was noise coming from that Hebrew Israelite. They were way in the back, so people in the front couldn't hear them, didn't even know they were back, didn't know they existed. That sucks that they're trying to attach them to this rally, because I felt like they were disruptive to people that were further back. And I don't know if the security was aware of it because, like I said, I was in the front, off the side of the stage, and their mission was really about the stage area, as far as I could tell.
Adjust your mic, Flex.
Mm. Okay, yeah. So I don't know. I don't. If Marcel would like to answer that, he probably didn't even know that these guys were there.
Who was there?
The Hebrew Israelite camp.
Oh, I heard about that. I mean, when I left, I saw them over there. I think, they were trying to get some residual attention from that massive rally we had, and they were saying, okay, let's do something about a rally. Hopefully people will pay us attention. I didn't pay them no attention.
Go ahead, DJ.
My bad. I'm over here watching LSU versus Alabama. It's a good game so far, but at the end of the day, the Hebrew Israelites, they Pan-Africanists, so it's like at the end of the day, what you gonna say to them when we talking about reparations? You feel what I'm saying? They that's not their game, so why were they even there to begin with? You feel what I'm saying? And when we had our little pull up here in Newark, ain't nothing but Pan-Africanists downtown, and a whole bunch of them Hebrew Israelites running around, living life. American life great. America's so bad. Why y'all here? You know what I'm saying?
You know what, DJ? This is again, and this is why I really am going to host this space in regards to the recap of the movie, and I want to get the book, and so this is why I say I want to host that space, because you have all these groups, right? Religious groups, political groups, even the white supremacists, right? And, I always hear, like Big Lowski was saying, be careful, be mindful. Honestly, it is to be had, the conversation is like, just like what you said. They are Americans who live here. They are not attached to any, unless we don't know that they have dual citizenship somewhere, they still either participate in the democracy here. So regardless of your faith position or what you believe in and how you feel like the world is going to end or what's going to happen if you're going to roll a blunt, blah, 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 at the end of the day, we have work to still do here because we live here. None of us have dual citizenship nowhere else. The only people who you see fighting and talk about reparations are people who have no attachment to any other country but their own. So I when you talk about lineage, when we talk about lineage and we talk about people and their background and history, when you're doing your work, it's not to have the discussion and say, oh, you're from somewhere else or this, that, and the third. How does that impact us here? What happened to those folks here? And I would challenge the Hebrew Israelite group and be like, listen, you guys loud and wrong, but for years you've been around for so long, you have not put in any ounce of documentation to show why it is people should go ahead and march behind you. You have so many people lost, running down the street, trying to figure out how we link up and find each other. And look where people are finding each other. We're finding each other under the banner of lineage, under the banner of codifying ourselves in our own country to demand our repair and protection here. Nobody's saying going to Africa and nowhere else saying Africa, come and save us and rescue us. Going to Britain or UK, anywhere, demanding any type of repair. So to shut those folks down and say, ask them, do you vote? Are you going to run for office? Are you about reparations? If the answer is no, and they want to start giving you a spill of what they believe in, keep it moving. We don't have time to fight them. You don't have time to battle with people who want to stay on the hamster wheel. Those are, I call them hamster discussions. You want to go around and around in a circle, and it's a waste of time. We have shit to do.
Yes.
And I'll just leave it there.
Butt breaking too need to be about religion. It's the ultimate butt breaking.
Mm.
I think if you watch that movie, it kind of touches on that. I don't know if you've seen it, but I'm telling you, I watched it last night while I was working. And I'm going to just leave it there. And just go, if you have a discussion about religion, politics, and anything else, if the people have not read, they have not gone and actually done their due diligence, don't argue points of contention. Don't do it. Just stop. Just stop. Be like, all right, we got to figure out something else that ain't working. It's a waste of time. Waste of time.
Hey, Rolla, what's the name of the book or movie again?
Oh, it's called Hebrew to Negro, and the Negro piece covers freedmen. The Negro piece actually covers the freedmen part of the literature. The book apparently is hella thick, and I might have to try to maybe invest in it. But the video itself was enough for now.
Yeah, my mother was a Hebrew Israelite growing up, and I was surrounded by them, and we used to just debate back and forth, endless debate, and they always go back to a scripture in the Bible. They always had you see the little small, finicky small guy. He yells out the scripture, and all that stuff. It's the same thing. It never ends.
And look, I'm not here to disrespect nobody's religion or what you believe in. I'm saying if it does not move you into getting invested into your community and getting you moving in the lens of why it is the conditions are happening, then you're just spinning your wheels. That's pretty much my whole point. Hassan? Hey, thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that I put up Stacia's information up in the Jumbotron for her Cash App and her website if you want to go there and donate directly. Also posted a picture up in the Jumbotron of myself, Marcel, and Stacia at the rally today. Hoping that Marcel was still here so he could see it. I see he's dropped off. I'm going to drop off too because it has been a very, very long day. And it's a long weekend coming up because we're on the home stretch, families. But I just want to say thank you. I see Patricia out in the audience. Sis, thank you for showing up again. 2 weekends right in a row to come out and stomp on the ground to get Stacia elected. Much love, much appreciation to you. So thank you very much. I'm going to say goodnight. Thank you all. And the rally was phenomenal. And we got another one coming up on Juneteenth. Let's just show up, show out again. Let's go get back out here in the community and get this work done. Good night, everyone. Good night.
Mm-hmm. Good night. Man, so yeah, we want to open it up to anyone who was at the rally today to talk about their experience about the Hebrew Israelite, the religious group. My understanding is they're multicultural, where it's like, Hispanics and a bunch of other different people are allowed to join that or something like that.
Yes, apparently they are multicultural, and because from watching a little bit that I have seen is that the Hebrew Israelite faith itself doesn't say that other people who descend from different slaves that went off to different areas that they're not considered Hebrews. It's really to say there's a connection in what happened to pretty much the breeding of the slaves going into different areas and things like that, and the slaves themselves were Hebrew. So they migrated or however they were transported throughout globally, all these other different ethnic groups came about, except for the European descendants that we see now today. There was a whole different group, geno and phenotype wise. And so again, all that whole discussion to me is like, it needs to be like aired out in a different realm. When we're talking about politics in the state of where we are today, I think in the United States, like if they can't even gather their thoughts to just be like, okay, hey, we see the poverty going on in our community. We want to also be, a voice, a bridge to help us get where we need to go. I don't see the point of, unless you're planning on joining them, I don't see the point of having a, battle over faith that if you don't practice that faith, then, I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, you got to find your common ground. And my common ground is freedman, Black, American, United States, born, bred, raised. So, I don't know.
Yeah, they believe in the 12 tribes of Israel, all the different races, which means all of them is Hispanic, this and that, Dominican, Black, all but Esau. They consider Esau as the white man, and they basically inclusive to everybody who isn't white. So it's all inclusive group.
Got you. So Christian, so for the Bible talks about the 12 tribes as well, but I guess not in that lens. Is that what you're saying?
They believe to be the lost tribe,
right?
The Jew. It's it's something special Jew, and there's something else, but they supposed to be the lost tribe.
Right. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, watch that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically a bunch of Harry Potter stuff.
Oh wow, man.
No taxation. Hey,
I just wanted to step back in and tell you what I know about the Hebrew Israelites, which was a long time ago. Probably back in the sometime in the 70s, and I want to say in the mid 70s, there was a group of, I only knew them to be Black. I didn't see anybody outside of us that said that they were the Black Hebrews Israelites. And they did go by the name of Black Hebrews, and that was a long time ago. And what they did successfully was to ask, because they were Washingtonians, was to lobby the United Black Fund of Washington, D.C. to help them get land in Israel. And they were successful in that. And so they did. They moved to Israel because they said they were Hebrews and they were Jews, and Israel had to sell them, give them, or however they have their stuff, give them land to live on. And as far as I know, they're still over there.
Wow.
So I don't know why. If I was a Hebrew Israelite, I guess I would go over there. It is the same place where, if you remember, and you guys may not, but Whitney Houston, when she was married to Bobby Brown, she went over there and she got baptized in water by the Hebrew Israelites.
Wow.
And that's their land over there. So that's what I know about them. The ones that are here today, I don't know their mission. I don't know, what it is they're doing, but they're vastly different from the ones that I knew about back in the 60s, late 60s, and during the 70s, because I just know that those people that were out there, and they minded their business. They were almost like monks, meaning they were very clannish. They stayed to themselves. They didn't bother nobody, and they didn't want nobody bothering them. They weren't an odd group like people thought Move was in Philadelphia. They weren't odd like that, but because they did fight for themselves politically. And so that's what I knew about them. So I'm surprised to hear the information that's coming out about them now, especially to hear that.
Wow. Okay.
That they have Dominican people and some of the other people that are not what I would consider Black Americans in there, because historically and from what I knew of them, that just was not who they were. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, thank you for that, especially the Whitney Houston information. That's, man, interesting.
Actually, Greg, I have a positive view of the Hebrew Israelites.
I had a run in with those guys back in the 80s, the mid 80s when I was in college, and I thought the whole point of the Hebrew Israelites were that black people were the chosen people, were the real chosen people of God. So that's my only thing. So yeah, that we're chosen people. So that's what I got out of it.
And again, I'm the Twitter keeps dropping me down. It's probably because they don't want me to talk about the American movie. But I'll say this in regards to the rally. They, to me, I think, want people to start to realize and actually map that understanding. But they also, too, have to be challenged to say, listen, if we were talking about a religious context or having the discussion around a group with a religion-wise, then okay. But they can't even use that information to even still fight for the freedmen, because according to, again, that video and according to the history, we would still be considered the chosen people who were lost. We would be a part of the 12 tribes for those of us who are Christian or whatever you believe in. However, from what I'm getting is, if you're just showing up just so that you can be recognized instead of being a part of the solution, then why should everyone else be distracted in a moment of time where we don't have room to be distracted? You know, like, you're talking to people who are literally trying to find their people, find their collective, and you want to make it about, you need to be doing this, and why should you be fighting for reparations if you don't understand what the U.S. government has done? I'm like, you can't compartmentalize that and get on board. And like No Taxation said, if it's that they want people to move back to Jerusalem, move back to Israel in today's time, how you gonna get there with no money? How you gonna get there with no repair if your family history started here after chattel slavery and Reconstruction? Like, you have to still be able to answer those questions, not just ushering people on. That's the other problem I say that I always argue in, with Baptist churches, Christian-led churches now. You're ushering people into faith, and I am a spiritual person. Yes, I practice Christianity, but I also understand history. You cannot sit and try to drum people to sleep anymore. That goes for all religions. And that's the reason why I think they are showing up in the background of the rally is to now say, hey, we need to get on somewhere else because our voice wasn't loud enough. Well, it's not loud enough because you're trying to separate from the collective. That's why. You can't just land on religion and not worry about what's going on with people's lives civically and in reality. You just can't.
Wasn't the and I don't know where the guy's at. I think he got really popping. Brother Polite. I think he had videos where he was debating them, and that was like one of the reasons he got really popular really fast or something like that. If anybody,
I thought he was one. Wasn't he one?
No, he was never a Hebrew Israelite. Brother Polite was a Hebrew Israelite. He worked with the what's the boxer's name? Mayweather. He worked with Mayweather. He was on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times. And he's still posting videos. He's still active on social media.
Oh, I thought he allegedly went to lockdown.
No, man.
No? Okay. So,
wow, me too.
So
I thought that too. I thought he was locked up too.
It goes back to what we have to do to get into the mindset of how do we repair and get ourselves financially and mentally free, spiritually free. I can't continuously follow nobody into a burning house. And the only thing they want me to do is, wrap my hair and walk down the street and be quiet. Right? That's not a feminist talk. That's actually me and my Black feminine energy saying that the men lead, but I'm standing next to you with my AK. I'm standing next to you with my bat and my gat, and we fighting a war together. I'm standing next to you with my book and my pencil and my pen, and understanding why it's important for us. I'm not your rib just because you want me for show. We are supposed to be in a battle together. So, with all due respect to all religions, I'm going to say this for the rally. I was so happy to hear that there were women, men, and children. The unit of the Black American freedmen family was in full representation. And that, to me, hands down, outside of all the distractions and defactors that want you to focus on other things, that should be our mission, to protect and cover our unit, period.
Yes. Absolutely agreed. I believe there are people in the space who were at the rally. And there's no need to be shy. If you were there and you just want to, hey, I had a good time, I had this, I had that, whatever the case may be, because normally we talk about Black majority states and we talk about a whole bunch of different current topics, but I'll be honest, I'm kind of Hebrewed and Jewed out. To be perfectly honest, I'm really tired of that whole conversation. But today was a beautiful day, and so I'd really love to hear people's, because I kept seeing people saying, "Oh, I was there, but I didn't see people," and and I'm hearing like, "Oh, I was here. I was there at 10:45 ish. I was there the whole time. I didn't move around. I stayed by the stage just because I wanted to have a place I could get these pictures and videos, but I know there was a lot more of us there. Thank you so much for coming up, Miss Tanza. You got it.
Peace to the room. It was good to see the videos of everybody there. I was also there, and I didn't see anybody. And I wasn't on my social media while I was walking around. We were campaigning for Stacey Hall.
Oh, wow.
She's a candidate for mayor in DC. So we were there campaigning for her.
Nice.
I was canvassing also the area, just asking people where they were from and to see how many people were actually from out of state or from out of town to come and support the rally, because we were there also to support the rally, but we took this opportunity to canvass that area for Stacey, being that the election is next week. So it was so many people. It was a lot of people from Ohio, Texas, Atlanta, of course, the Virginia area and all over Maryland was there because we were right next door. But it was so many faces. And then once I got back home and got on social media, I was like, oh my gosh, I swear I must have walked every inch of that place and didn't run into anybody that I knew. But I see everybody that I know on social media now. So it's funny how, it's a small world, but it's so big. And that just kind of goes to show how large the gathering really was, that you could kind of get lost in the crowd and be in the same space, but not actually run into people that you know. So it was beautiful. Got a chance to actually talk to people from other places and people that are here, in the Maryland, DC area, that are really wanting to do this work and wanting to be active and just don't know where to go. So I want to say this before I land as well. Situations like what we had out there today, and when I say situation, I mean like the rally itself. That's a national thing. we as grassroots organizations, it's our responsibility to go into those crowds and pick those people out that are in our areas. If you know that it was something going on out here, and if you could get down here, have your information, because there are going to be people that you may not have known, that you just don't run into online, but they're there, and you can give them that information, and they can contact you once they get back to wherever you guys are from. Because it was people in D.C., people from Maryland. I don't know them. They live right in my area here in Maryland. Once we got to talking, but we just never run into each other, and we live a few blocks away from one another. So it was a beautiful opportunity to actually connect with people, like-minded people in that environment. So I would hope that we take more advantage of these pull-ups, rallies, or whatever. Even though we all know, with some Pan-African stuff going on, and those of us who follow Tariq Nasheed have followed him for years and years and years, kind of know his transition and evolution and whatever you want to call it. But people are listening to him, and it's up to us who are actually in the weeds to help these folks become more focused on their local politics. Because national is great, but when you leave that church service, I call them the revivals. When you leave them revivals, do you have marching orders? Do you know who you're supposed to contact so that you can make a change in your own backyard? Because it makes no sense to come over here and yell and scream in D.C. and go home to the same trash back in your home state, or your home city. So we got to make this thing local. We get here to be energized, go back home and be and activate and execute that energy that they kind of gave you here. So grassroots people, please show up to these things, even if you ain't kicking it with these guys like that. But when you know a big crowd is there, be there to get them stragglers who are energized but have no direction. And I'll end there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. I think, and I think I said this earlier in space, it would be nice if the people who are on Twitter Spaces and posting, if we have like a designated spot. So like that Juneteenth that's coming up next year, if there's like a designated pole or a flag or something where we could say, this is where, if you're on Twitter, we're gonna all meet here at the end of the thing, or something like that, so that people can all kind of go there and say, hey, this is who I am, and then people who want to, whatever, hug and shake hands and all of that can actually do that. You know what I mean? Because I know I was seeing familiar faces, but I could, like, it just wasn't coming to me fast enough to be able to say, aren't you this person? Aren't you that person? That type of thing. Okay, Harriet.
Peace, power, reparations. Can y'all hear me? I'm just trying to make sure that y'all doing family, right?
Hey, Harriet. Yes.
Hey, family. Peace, power, reparations. Yeah. I just want to just give my recap of the event. All I gotta say, it was just amazing. It was very, very surreal. Like, man, it was very well put together. Like, from the moment I got there, it just felt like a family reunion. I got to see people, like you said, black majority. I got to see people on here, who I've been advocating with online a lot, but seeing people in person, it was just a beautiful thing, And again, we can stay on Twitter, or we just be on Twitter and talking, but them seeing us in person and us having events like that, it makes things more real. Not just more real to us because we're actually doing it, but realer to the naysayers, because they just think that this is just for Twitter. No, this is clearly not just for Twitter. And I think that rally just really set the tone due to the turnout that we had, and it's really gonna make all of that other foolishness die down. one thing that I took away from this is that I can tell that we serious about it, and I'm gonna end with this. I've seen today people saying stuff like, "Oh, we're not going to get our reparations," or "We're too lazy to boycott this or that." They're basically too lazy or too disenfranchised or whatnot to come together. No, if we can come together for events like this and coordinate amongst each other cordially after what we've been through in this country, we can do anything that we put our minds to. So I just wanted to end with that, and I love y'all. And let's just keep putting in this work.
Hey, appreciate it, man. I wish again, another person. I wish I could have been like, hey, brother, and we could have chopped it up and took a picture together, that type of thing. But there were so many people there, man, and so that was probably impossible anyway because there just was so many people there. But I loved it. It's one of those memories that's just going to be there for me, and man, I just, like you said, just the professionalism. It was running like a well-oiled machine.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
My goodness, the little babies who was running around with the reparations.
Ooh, oh man.
Anti-black hate, man, yo. If that don't motivate you to advocate for what we advocating for, and if you like on the sideline talking to, if that don't make me want to shut up, bro, for real, because that's what we doing this for. We doing this for the baby family. So we doing this for the future. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I'm gonna say again, if that don't motivate you to get boots on the ground and get in where you fit in, doing this advocacy family and putting on our lineage, man, I really don't know what else could possibly make you do that. So yeah.
Yeah, the kids, just seeing that many kids there. So like, again, this popped into my head, but I'm just thinking like, not so much a clown because that's whatever, but something that is like when the kids come through, they get a balloon or they get a lolly or whatever it is, something that is just like, man, just for the kids. So I just want to encourage anybody that's having an event, don't forget the kids, especially if the people are going to bring their kids to those type of events. Don't forget the kids.
I get what you saying, but it was bad. It was on short notice, given been following, given what happened. But again, like that would be more such inside like a conference setting or what have you. But overall, yeah, I get what you saying. We could have. I mean, like we live and we learn. You know what I'm saying? But overall, family, like, nah, that was perfection. That was great.
Agreed. Perfect, well-oiled, no issues. Man, and here's the interesting thing. If we could think about it, imagine waking up to that environment every day, not just every so often when these events are going to pop up, but it being a daily thing where that's your community. And you're just working together towards the goals that are in place. So, I posted, I'm trying to find the post, but I simply said, if I'm going to stick to the 3,000 number because that's really where I feel like it had gotten. I know it doubled from 5 to 1,000. Then I saw it double again, and then I'm like, man, at this point, it's just so many people here. There's no way to calculate it. But I do believe it tripled at that point because it was so packed in. But if there's 3,000, that's a small town. That's literally was a small town of Black Americans on that plaza today. There was a mayor in the crowd. There was a sheriff in the crowd, a police chief, a judge. Just go down the list. If in the future and when in the future there's 30,000 of us, that's a small city, like quite literally, and the same rules apply. We get to 300,000 and that is a state, a Black majority state. So it doesn't it doesn't take much to multiply those numbers. And I think everybody having a really good experience and going home, talking about it, posting online, everybody else gets the vibes the next time. And I do believe this Juneteenth one will be much bigger because it's going to essentially be built on the success of this one and the success of last week's. To be perfectly honest, I would have gone to last week's had it been on a Saturday. So I think there is going to be this chain of events, and then you can even relate it to the pull-ups that occurred prior to that. So you're just creating this chain, and these are just different links within the chain if everybody gets on board with that. So yeah, salute to everybody that came and participated and spoke, and the security and people that were walking around picking up the trash. Like, honestly, to see the event staff walking around with trash bags cleaning up, that's when I knew, of all the things that were going on, I knew that this was a top level event when I saw that.
Yeah, we are definitely 11 people. I mean, we even to the point where we know how, when we know how to shine, we shine. I'm telling you, keeping it clean, taking up trash, taking care of even the earth. So I don't ever want to hear anybody talk down or bad about us ever, ever.
Yeah, because it's like them little details, like hearing Marcel saying the transportation was organized by groups. I mean, again, the man who put it together has a system. It's organized. It works. And again, nobody can take that away from the way the thing was organized. It just was infallible in that sense.
Yeah, so I can't wait for the next one or the next however many we have. Black, do you know when, or are you thinking possibly maybe doing a black majority state situation?
Well, I'm gonna be in Delaware next spring, and then the way I got this strategized out is essentially we need to pull from these major metropolitan areas that surround that state, and we'll likely need someone in each of those cities to be the on the ground person that we can work together to try to advocate and promote and educate and have small group sort of face to face conversations. But ultimately, for me, it's all about the big payoff is the election, the 2024 election, and trying to get our candidates across the finish line. So for me, I don't want to celebrate anything and or put on an event until you have reached that goal. So for me, it's really goal oriented. That's the way I want to go at it, and stay hungry until you actually accomplish something. But again, if we can accomplish that thing, which is really like moving mountains, um man, that just opens up a whole new world. So that's the way I see it. Stay hungry until you accomplish the goal.
I see Don in the room. Shout out to Don, all the Freeman family in the room.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I'm sending Miss Dawn a mic, just so we can see what's on her mind. She's always got something on her mind, and she's always working diligently on projects. So definitely would like to hear.
Actually, I have Eric. She She's requesting to speak, but I can't seem to.
Yeah, Twitter is tripping because I don't even see her requesting.
Yeah, Twitter is definitely tripping. I'm actually dropped down. I'll be right back, y'all. Restart your phone, reset your phone, or whatever it is you got to do. I'll be right back.
Okay, who was requesting?
Who's here? Dawn was, but I couldn't see her.
Okay.
I thought it was Harriet, but maybe.
Oh, was it Harriet?
Well, I see on my phone.
No, mine doesn't even have anything anymore. Hey, Don.
Hey, I heard you say my name. Hey, Amaru down there. Hey, BFF. Sending love to my friend. Just lost a family member. But, yeah, your Delaware strategy. I'm interested in learning more about that, especially now that you mentioned, like, establishing a person in each state. And I had mentioned something to you, this new situation that I've become affiliated with the USDA. And I'm trying to figure out how to tie in this, return to the South strategy with all the things that they want to say they want to do through this rural development program, which they just announced Thursday. So it's public knowledge now. But, yeah, I want you to check out Randolph County. I mean, I know you said your strategy is targeted at Delaware, but it can be, transmuted to other areas. But there's this Rural Partners Network that the USDA has just rolled out in a couple of states. And it'd be interesting to see that movement paired with that, because these cities and counties will always have like their economics department, or no, what is it, economic development or community development. They always the whole point is to attract people to their state. Come to the state of Missouri, come to St. Louis, open a business here, move here. And you never see that directed at us, and I doubt that would have great enthusiasm behind it. But essentially, that's what I'm thinking it has to be like. And that's why I was saying in the other room why these rallies are so important. Rallies and going to these conferences, because it's important that we as organizers and activists, quote unquote zealots, because that's what we are actually, that we get to know each other and establish a network of trust. And that's how you're able to make, complicated long-term plans work. You can't do it just being on social media and never meeting and seeing someone's face and what expressions they make when they talk, and being able to sense whether they're being sincere. You can't plan a move back to the South strategy with someone you've never met in person. So it is definitely important for these rallies to happen. If you can make it to them. I'm glad that the rally overrode the behind the scenes squabbling. The public isn't going to see that. And the way it stands right now, us in this room and on Twitter Spaces, we are the insiders. We are steeped in this. And everyone who just has happened to see that is going to be inspired by it. They're going to see regular people and they're like, wow, this reparations thing is real. Black people like it when you have a plan. They like it when you have your shit together. Reparations sounds all well and good, but, you don't know how to get it done. They're not interested, but they say you have a whole rally and sound system and, just that consistency and the growing. I mean, I think actually this rally was probably the 5th reparations, lineage-specific reparation. Of course, it is the first FBA, but, my friend Amaru and I down there have been to the White House a couple of times. We went in February to the White House. But the point is, what we're seeing is since 2019 is growing crowds, and that's what's important. From 10 to 20 to 30 to 70 in February to now, thousands. So from the outside looking in, that's quite alarming, I would think. So, but not only is it alarming, it's inspiring. And I think once you attend a rally, it's not too long before you're going to be more vocal. The people that attended that rally, there's just an energy that comes with that. And I think when I went to the ADOS conference in 2019, I really understood why people go to church, and the power that comes from being in a room of everybody being on exactly the same page. It's a palpable physical feeling, and it doesn't go away. I would say that
church
sensation, that vibe lasted like 18 months after. So I'm really excited of the transformations that we're going to see in the people that went to those, because there will be transformations. And there will also probably be a couple of babies born. There might be a couple of marriages that occur as a result of this rally.
Yes.
And there will definitely be babies born. So another reason to do more of these serious talk. And then next thing you know, you're talking about groups, family groups or friend groups moving to a subdivision in Delaware. So that's how it has to start, believe it or not.
Yeah, I had a gentleman, an older gentleman. He drove Dr. James. Oh, I'm not going to get his last name without looking it up. But he was the soft-spoken gentleman, elder gentleman. He's in a lot of Tariq's videos. James Smalls, yes, exactly.
James Smalls, actually.
Professor James Smalls. So his driver, he wound up standing next to me, and I tried to talk to everybody that was within the sound of my voice. But so we're having a conversation, and he saw my hat, Black State of America. He's like, "Oh, where's this place at?" And I'm just thinking he's just a random guy, because he just seemed like a little out of place, to be honest. But at any rate, he's like, "Yeah, I drove Professor Smalls here I picked him up from the airport and everything." And I was like, "Oh, awesome." So I was like, "So, we're talking about this Black State of America thing." And he said, "Well, how are you going to do it?" I said, "The same way that we're doing this today. People come together, they concentrate. It's really not too much more complicated than that. It really isn't. If you can get 3,000 people to show up to do a rally, and I believe you can get 30,000 people to show up to do a rally at some point, those same people that are willing and able and have it really takes fortitude. It takes fortitude and the ability to be willing to sacrifice, but plan so that whatever sacrifices you have to make are minimized. So you are always constantly planning for success, but being prepared if there's an obstacle and that you have to overcome. And so, yeah, the same 3,000. Again, I'm talking about 5 major metropolitan areas, essentially surround Delaware. If you got 3,000 from each, that's 15,000. If you can just repeat that process and get those people to move to what is ultimately going to be a much better position for us. That's just the way to do it. Miss Dawn.
Yeah, I'm interested in what your demographic or what your age group is, because when you talk about this, I think about the fact that if people move, they have to have employment or whatever, as people are moving to a commune. So, and then I'm also thinking about the age group. I would think the more, I don't know, depending on what point in life people are at, and, them moving to another place, obviously, I think the age group matters.
Yeah.
I think the people in our realm right now are pretty much older. I think most of the people in this movement are probably north of their 30s. So I would think that a strategy like this, I think I would be more interested, obviously, in college age, but they don't have the capital or maturity. But yeah, so what's your solution?
Actually, college students, they get scholarships, they get Pell Grants. They usually, college students usually go to different states. So, we can do the same thing. People in their 60s, you talking about retirees, they usually have.
Oh, yeah, I got you. So, I see. So, again, everything's more intentional. So, when you're graduating from college, it's just like, well, I'm knowingly going to the South. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, when you go to college, you stay in that state.
Yeah, it would be probably coming out of high school. So there would be an incentive, because I think when you start applying, like my little one is now, she took a tour this weekend down at ODU. So going into marine biology. So I think it has to be intentional coming into how people show up and what you're going to be willing to actually get the kids to do to move to those states. And I think there should be a bridge for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what? No, I noticed people, they underestimate the 50 states. The 50 states have a lot of power. When you compare it to other countries, right? A state like Georgia it has more power than a state of a country like Ireland or Belgium. A state like North Carolina has more power than Nigeria or South Africa. Their GDP, the GDP of Georgia is larger than South Africa or Nigeria or Egypt. So the states are very big. They're very powerful. A state like Mississippi alone has two nuclear power plants, right? The whole continent of Africa doesn't have a nuclear power plant. So the states, the individual states have a lot of resources, has a lot of infrastructure, and a state like Georgia, right? The state budget of Georgia is like, if I can remember, like $100 million, right? The country where I live, the Philippines. I live in the Philippines, right? Their budget is like $50 million. I'm sorry, billions, $50 billion. So the state of Georgia, state budget is twice as big as the country of the Philippines. So these states have a lot of resources. So and look, that's all we have to do is take supermajority of a state. I suggest 60, 67, or 75% of the population, and then we can control all the infrastructure of that state. We can control the system. We can control the police departments, the court system. We can control everything within the state. And
didn't you just say you were living in the Philippines?
Yeah. I traveled the world. I've been to 30 different countries in the past 30 years since 1990. My Black American homeland concept vision came to me when I was living in South Africa in 1994. I actually, Nelson Mandela just became president. He was only president for about 4 months before I got to Cape Town, South Africa. And this idea came on to me that, you know what? If the Black South Africans can take over the whole country of South Africa, the government, maybe Black Americans, that's all they have to do is take supermajority of a state, and then they can take control of the states. So of a state. So I've been promoting and that concept for the past over 20 years. So
yeah.
So that's my
there was a speaker on at the rally. I can't remember if it was Dr. Boyce Watkins or someone else. And I think it was him, but they essentially were talking about protecting what we built. So I do believe it was him, because he was talking about all the things that we can do with reparations and all the ways that we can get and obtain reparations, but we have to be able to protect it. And the thing about our population in this country is we've never had the authority to fully protect whatever it is that we do, whatever it is that we build. And money alone does not give you the ability to protect. And this is what Dr. Boyce Watkins was really reiterating, the fact that you get all this money through reparations, you have to be able to protect it. So you need state authority to do that. A city can't protect you, a county can't protect you, because we have Black majority counties in Mississippi. Jackson, where Jackson, Mississippi is at, Black elected officials control Hinds County that Jackson, Mississippi sits in. The mayor's Black. So we need state authority in order to protect our people in these subsystems.
But Black, so even with having state authority, right? I think that's only one. That's only one major puzzle piece. I think the other puzzle piece is making sure that we have people that are actually going to invoke legislation that's already on the books to actually push state authority. We always have the saying of, the Black faces in high places, or white faces in high places, or whomever. But Malcolm X also said it best. The United States and the states across the country have laws on the books that they're not actually invoking or using. That means people who are in positions of authority are not pushing those laws that are already on the books, which is why people say, oh, well, you got in certain places, they still have slave laws that aren't being pushed, but they're still on the books. And so I think that goes back to not just having state authority, but actually reconstructing a lot of these laws that are on the books, and then making sure on the federal level that the Supreme Court, combined with the state house legislation, the legislative branch, which makes up both the two supreme laws, courts of the land. So Senate and House make up a strategic part of a powerful force, right, in the country. Then you have the Supreme Court. And so those two courts have to be able to protect, and we need to make sure they're invoking our protections under the law, which is why the affirmative action discussion is now coming into play in such a different lens, where you have immigrants or first-generation Americans want to utilize that law to say, hey, it's blocking us from dominating in a space where we out-organize everyone, and getting into universities, whatever. So I think we have to be able to put all that together to say we need to do these things in such a way that
we have to have people that are speaking our language and that are writing and invoking old laws, maybe amending old laws, and then that has to be pushed on the federal level. So then now we have a full force protecting us because we are citizens. We are literally the people who our ancestors literally birthed us here. So I think it has to, you can't have one without the other.
Let me say this. Within a black majority state, we would have full control over everything that you just stated. We can rewrite the Constitution. We can go through all the laws, get rid of the ones that don't work, replace them with ones that do work. We can do the enforcement. We can do the discretion. We can have standards for incarceration and just everything that we want. We can establish it and set it into practice outside of the state.
Go ahead, Black.
Outside of a black majority state where the federal government and or a white or Hispanic or Mexican controlled state, they always have discretion. And this is actually how white supremacy operates. Discretion. Discretion is at every single level of the government. And so the cop has discretion, the judge, the prosecutor, every step all the way up. So they can choose to enforce a law one way with one person and choose not to enforce a law with someone else. And there's no standardization. And that is part of the problem of being integrated and scattered across the country is discretion. So we're not going to be in a position to control the federal government. We can try to put in legislation and we can do all of those things. The problem is what level of that chain is going to decide to operate in a way that is beneficial to them and not beneficial to us. And there's going to be very little that we can do about individual cases with the federal government because you're usually going to have to establish some pattern, go after them in that way. um I, I I have no faith in the federal government. I just don't. I'm putting all my faith into having control over the state authority. Like I said, doing whatever we want to do, however we want to craft it. We have so many super intelligent people that are a million times more intelligent than I am that can figure that all out and actually make it to where it's a fair and equitable society in the states that we control. Outside of them, I, I feel like you're on your own outside of a black majority state. I believe that's how it will be. And there's not going to be a whole lot that we can do, even with federal senators and federal, U.S. reps. I just don't. That's just the way the system is created, in my opinion. So I'll land with that.
Look, one black supermajority state is not enough. Two is not enough.
Yeah.
We need at least 6 or 7, 8 supermajority black states.
Yeah, I feel like that puts a target on our back. I hate to feel like that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Look. Like,
you don't think that would require us to have like military? I mean, I feel like one state. And when he said if you go outside, you're pretty much on your own. I was thinking we would be like have diplomatic immunity when we're off our, out of our state. But he's like, it's a sundown state or whatever. You better be back inside state lines or it's per city.
Okay, good example.
That's the reality. That's the reality. I don't know how else to.
Okay, North Carolina.
Real estate agents are slowly losing their power.
I'm promoted, right? If you go to the western part of the state, right? Who lives in the western part?
Latinos.
Oh. Oh, wow.
You say that you're going to feel comfortable going to a county in the western part of North Carolina that's 90% white?
I mean, look, they're gonna say, look, you're a citizen, right? You have rights, but they're not gonna give you any special rights, right? A super majority black state, they're gonna give you advantages. They're gonna give you special rights. They're gonna give your family special rights because you are part of their system. They need you. That's the only way that a supermajority black state can work is that you are in their system, right? The more black Americans in the system, more likely it can work. We have to be supermajority of the state, at least 67% black. So that's the only way it can work. And look, and the way the country works, right? Whoever has the most votes in the state, right? They control the whole state. Winner takes all. There's no like if Black Americans are 40% of the state and white are 60% of the vote and population, that they can share. There's no sharing. Whoever has the supermajority of the votes is winner take all. That's how it works. That's why
keep talking about this black majority state out loud and longer and see how quickly that changes. Seriously. Some things might not need to be stated out, but yeah, and not all states are winner take all, right? I mean, that varies, or is it just presidential elections vary? Because I think.
Go ahead.
Winner takes all. I
was just going to say, I think that that's something that where we could be very easily undermined. I mean, it's a I don't know. It's a catch-22. We have this ability to communicate, but yet everything we communicate, maybe we shouldn't, but we need to know it. So I don't know.
Right. Good example. The state of Mississippi is 40% black, right? You would think that a state and local government contract would go to black-owned businesses or black professionals or black-owned firms.
You would think
it's less than 10% of state and local government contracts go to black-owned businesses in the state of Mississippi.
Crazy.
Even though they are 40% of the population within that state.
Crazy.
Right, but the thing is, if you have 67% of the population and the votes, and you control the state legislature and the governor and the state Supreme Court and all these other state institutions, then you can control the state.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That is how it works.
And then we can grant 80% of or 90% of state and local government contract to Black American-owned firms or professionals. That's how it works.
I love having someone who's kind of skeptical. So, Dawn, what is your biggest concern that I can kind of address? The biggest concern, the one that would keep you up at night.
I think it would be security.
Well, I guess originally and probably from the outset, it is the idea of targeting. So that could be epigenetic trauma. I just don't see us in a place where we're guarding the borders of our state, and that's what that makes me feel like we would need to have. If it was just one, and I don't know why, but I feel like, yeah, it is necessary for us to have more than one state. So yeah, I guess that's the main thing about in terms of safety concerns. My other issues are more. I don't think they're concerns. I think they're more marketing and logistics. But yeah, it's protection. I mean, we know the history of these people? I mean, are we going to have militias? I mean, is that a new way of life? I just don't see. I don't see that not having any white backlash.
Okay, a supermajority black state, right, will control the National Guard, will control the state. Oh my gosh, the state armed forces will control the state black state militias, right? We can control all of that, right? We control the police department. We control the court system. We control the prison and the jails within the state. We control all the state institutions because it's a supermajority black state. 60 to 67% to 80% of the population is black. Now, let's say a
they come in there every week.
The state of Georgia is 80% black, right? How will that look if the governor is white? That most of the judges in this 80% black state is white. That the police department is all white. That the state legislature, they all white, but the population is 80% black. How will that look in the worldview? You know, it won't look right. This is what happened in South Africa.
There's a lot of, I don't know. All right, I'm going to play the role of cynic tonight. There's a lot of black towns in the South where we are 60, 70%, and there's nothing but saltines sitting in seats of power.
Correct, because they don't control the state. You have, look, the state, the people that control the state, they control the budget.
It's a target, right? Man. It's
black,
weird targeting.
Black counties and cities, they are dependent on the state, state legislature, which is mostly white, to give them money. But if the legislature is mostly black, then these supermajority black county, they can easily get funding from these state legislature, which is black. Because the budget, the state legislature, the governor, they all control the state budget.
Let me explain in a different way. So Delaware is a unique situation because it only needs a really small amount of population to actually get the 2024 election. So it's different than these other larger states where you need a lot more people and people are going to kind of trickle in over several years. But if we're looking at a larger state, the way that I envision it is you would essentially move up the food chain of law enforcement. So as you take over small towns to medium-sized towns to larger towns, as you run for elections and you get control over the mayor's office, so that you can put in your own police chief. However, because every state is different, every city is different, however they decide who controls the police chief, you'd want to essentially move up the hierarchy of the law enforcement. So we'd have control over the local police, and then ultimately we'd have control over the county sheriffs, and then at some point we'd have control over the state police. So as we're moving into the state, we're moving in with the specific design and desire to control the systems within the state for protection, which we understand we do need protection. At the state level, as Black American Homeland stated, there's a National Guard, but the National Guard troops they sort of have a dual purpose. They're under the governor's command in emergencies, but they can be federalized. But every state can establish a state military defense force that is completely under control of the governor. And so that's something that we would absolutely want to develop. Now, these are precautionary. Everything in a from a military perspective is you create a defensive posture as a deterrent, and that's essentially what we would do. We would create defense forces as deterrents. Um, as well, at the state level, you can create a bureau of investigations. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do at the state level once you get control of the state. Delaware, again, is different because you can get control of the state really, really fast with our targeted population based on historical primary voter numbers. Other states, you're going to have to move up the system and sort of go one level at a time until you get to the position where you actually do have the governorship. Once you have the governorship, though, so here's the thing: it's like a video game. For those who have played video games in the past, where you have different levels, and then you get to the big boss. In our lifetimes in this country, the way this country is designed, getting the governorship is our big boss. It is how we win, because once we take that position, that is the king in chess. Essentially, you have full control over the state. Now, you need a legislator or a legislative branch that's working with you. Obviously, that's ideologically black agenda, but we'll also have that as well. That's the whole point, is we want to control all of the systems so that we can put protection in place. We can control the economy, we can control the education, we control the construction, we control every area of our existence within the state. Now, you mentioned sundown states, right? The sundown towns still exist today. Um, People are talking about them. Truck drivers are talking about them in different parts of the country. Um, there was an incident where a father and son, they were driving through a coastal state. I want to say it was South Carolina, but at any rate, some wackadoo white guy was out shooting at the road, ended up killing a kid in the car. So so these incidents such as that can occur in a state that we wouldn't consider a sundown state because they're already occurring. You had the guy in Kansas City who was literally, um, kidnapping women and torturing them, and he's a serial killer, but he's got a racist mindset. He thinks we're in a race war, which we are. We actually are in a race war. They've always been at war with us. We haven't really recognized it, and so we haven't been in a defensive posture. With black majority statehood, we will be in the most defensive posture we've ever been in our entire existence in this country. What happens outside of that, you're in the hands of the federal government and or the state that you choose to travel through. But the reality is this federal government has very little power within states. They really don't. They can investigate crimes. They can stop rioting that they would say rises to the level of an insurrection or whatever the case may be. But they really do not have power within the states to do a whole hell of a lot. They can't even take money away from the states. And then everything they do, it has to be uniform across all 50 states. They're very, very limited. And that's why they've been selling us this bill of goods of, if you just keep voting on the national level, if you just keep voting for the president, if you just keep voting for whatever these different congressional senator, whatever the case may be, the federal government will fix it. But the reality is the federal government doesn't have the power to fix it. They're not in a position to fix it. Even if they wanted to, it would be very difficult for them to usurp state law. If a state really wanted to resist the federal government, it would be very, 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 very hard for them to go above state sovereignty, state authority. It's just not the way the country's set up. It's really set up for the governor to have control. And this is why and this is the most recent example, when Biden pardoned 2,500 past marijuana convictions where people were already served their time and already out of jail, out of prison. He had to go to the states and beg the governors to do the same, because the president doesn't have the authority to do it. It's just our education about this country, for whatever reason, has been to benefit the Democrat Party. And they've been selling us on the fact that if we just keep voting for them on the national level every 4 years, midterms, whatever, that they'll eventually fix it. But they can't. They literally cannot fix it. And that is the problem. So we either remain scattered with really no power across this country ever, and the Mexicans are going to take over what they're going to take over. The whites are going to concentrate where they're going to concentrate. The rest of the country is essentially going to be whatever, multiculturalism, which is horrible, colorblindness, which is horrible for Black Americans. It is actually the most detrimental thing for Black Americans to be colorblind in this society. So our only other real option, if we're going to stay in this country, is to gain control over the system that matters the most, that we actually can physically control, and that is the states. That is what we need. I think DJ's first, Miss Satra, and then Trouble, I believe, is the order.
Nah, just real quick, what's going on, Sister Dawn? So you might be in trouble because you didn't do your homework. I believe you did get one of our reparation DVDs, right? And this information is inside of that DVD.
Yes, I already confessed that earlier.
All right, so that's where you got to tell Big Mama on you. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know what I mean? It's just that, we always got to repeat this information because it's so fresh to a lot of us. And, even with somebody like yourself being down in the South, us up here in the North, it's over with here in the Brick City and Brooklyn and the Bronx and Manhattan. It's Tetherville up here. So it ain't nowhere for us to go. One, they're raising the rents up here. Yeah, Queen Latifah may be some property. She might be the new manager or the property owner of the building, but I don't got 1,500 laying around to be thrown at a one-bedroom or studio apartment. That's too damn much. And then the real argument with me, I grew up around different demographic of people, but I always mainly knew the majority of our people. I don't even know where the hell we at up here in Newark anymore. It's time to get the hell up out of here. I feel like I'm in a damn matrix, yo. Well, go ahead.
I think we had Trouble first and then Satra. Go ahead, Trouble and then Satra.
No, it was Satra first.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Satra.
Greetings. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Satra, and I'm agreeing with the gentleman in reference to there's a book, The Devil You Know, Charles Blow. You all probably already went through it. And his argument was if just 22%, because 66% is in the South, 44% is scattered everywhere else, if just 22% of that 44% that's scattered would return south, the cost of living is cheaper, the weather is great, and yes, we would take over the state. And a lot of people do not understand that the sheriff are state entities. I'm in Georgia. It's 159 counties.
Yes,
so
it is.
Yes, it is. 159.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
However,
100
they
on that.
are state employees, and the sheriff is voted for. The police's chief is appointed by the mayor or commissioners.
Oh, wow.
The council.
Appointments.
However, the sheriff is state entities. So if we have control over the sheriff department, you do have control over your state policing. It's just out of courtesy because there's 159 counties in Georgia, that they communicate with each other and try not to cross lines. But there's no lines truly. It's just a respect thing. There's no jurisdiction. Any sheriff in Georgia has the right all over the state of Georgia to do policing. So I land my plane there.
Yes, thank you so much. I reviewed Charles Blow's book. We support the information in his book as it relates to Black majority states. I wrote a book as well 3 years prior to his release, and the gentleman up here, Black American Homeland, has
It's
been
in the Jumbotron, by the way. Getting the Jumbotron, top left-hand side. The book is there. Black American State.
Black American Homeland has been promoting this, man, at least a decade. He's got a YouTube channel where some of the videos I believe are 2013 or something like that, and he's been promoting it a lot longer. So we do appreciate Charles Blow taking this information and really elevating it to a level where other people kind of are starting to understand it. There are a lot of nuances and intricacies, and every state is really, really different than the other. But the bottom line remains, having state control is the best place we can be in this country, because the federal government cannot attack one of its own states. A foreign entity cannot attack one of the United States individual states. This is written into the Constitution. It provides a level of protection that we would never have outside of the United States, because we would be open really to every major superpower on the planet that wanted to destroy us. Inside of the United States, we have all of the protections of the United States, but we also have the protections of the United States Constitution. And there just is no better place for us to be, and have state authority on top of that, where we control the budgets. Black American Homeland talked about Georgia, and I actually had it pulled up. So the numbers on Georgia, if I can find it really fast again, because that actually is a beautiful point that he brought up about the the budget and the GDP. So Georgia has a GDP of $638 billion. $638 billion. It has an annual budget of $130 billion, and this is state and federal funds. I believe the state funds are right around 45 billion. Could be a little higher, a little lower. But you can see how much the federal government is kicking down to a state like Georgia. It's a significant amount of money. And so we would have control over the state revenue, and we would have control over the federal appropriated funds that go to the state. And then the federal government also spends money in the state because they have a lot of different programs, healthcare, child care, infrastructure, etc. Sometimes they have military installations within the state. And because we are the majority population in the state, we would get those contracts. We would benefit from the federal government spending money within the state. It's just there is no better place for us to be. There's no better position for us to be in, unless we just like being integrated. If we really just love being integrated, then we really probably need to stop complaining and just accept everything that they have for us, because that really is the ultimate end of being integrated in this country. Integration is decimation. It is designed to destroy minority populations and assimilate them into the greater or overall population. I'm trying to get away from using the word greater, because some people don't understand what I mean by that, but the mainstream population. That is the design of integration.
I think got 1 second. Just 1 second. The young lady, she mentioned Charles Blow. look, I hate to talk about this, right? But in 2014, 2015, I had many conversation with Charles Blow. I told him about my Black American homeland strategy and vision, and he really he thought it was a good idea, but he thought it would never work. That he mentioned that white people will always outvote Black people, right? And then I told him, well, if Black American can concentrate their population or consolidate their population into a state, then they will have supermajority of the votes.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely, concentration.
After that, I didn't hear from him.
Concentrate the vote. That's how you get power.
Until he came out with his book in 2021. So I gave him much information. He had access to my website, my videos, everything. I had all my information on my website, on my videos. But he wrote a great book. I supported his book, but I just got upset when someone said, Charles Blow, where did you get this information, this idea from? And he said it was all his idea, and that just kind of that drove me crazy when he said that. But yeah, he got the information from me, so that's all I had to say about that.
Hey, that's why you got to do that disc record, Black America Homeland. I'm in the studio when you're ready, bro.
All right.
I appreciate that. Add that the governor is the executive branch of that state. He's just like the president. Because our governor, when Obama or whoever was president wanted to send money to Georgia, they refused it. The governor refused it for whatever reason. So it had more power than the federal government. And then when they wanted to receive the funds, then they allocate how they're going to use it. Even though the Medicare federal would give to the Medicaid state, the governor still chooses who gets it, when they get it, how they get it, and how it's going to be run. So the federal still give them control of the funds, and what to do. Like, for an example, our gas prices has halted because the governor decided to freeze the taxes on it and not allow our prices to be $4 and $5 a gallon like everyone else. So we do need that state control, like you're saying. And with that, if we control the state, then we're going to control the Senate, on the federal level, and Congress. Just like I keep using these two Asian senators that stopped all of Congress until they got that anti-Asian hate bill turned into a law. I let my plane.
You are correct. Look, each state, all 50 states, it doesn't matter how big or small, have 2 U.S. Senators representatives. The more states Black Americans control, the more senators we have on the federal level. I mean, that's the goal.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments in the chat. I kind of want to just run through them because they're touching on a lot of different topics. Because we started talking about the rally and everything.
Yeah, that chat going crazy right now.
Yeah. So this actually is a really good comment. The Righteous Villain said we need state by state list of candidates that support reparations and their policies. So I don't know if someone is working on that.
That's the purple book.
That's the purple book.
That'll be coming.
Nice.
That'll be coming out. Soon as we can complete some information on finding out who are the candidates across the United States. But now that we're talking about like strategic states, maybe I will dedicate a chapter to a Black majority state and what that will look like. So I probably would just have to get with you in Black America Homeland. and probably just kind of get some information. I can put a chapter and that in there.
That sounds awesome. I'm definitely with that. Friedman Amaru said, "Preach to Miss Ashan." Some of these are a little older, so I just want to run through them though. This person says, This is Play Stupid Games. I wish there was a shared Google Doc of statutes or bills that directly affect Black Americans, or even just pending legislation that the people could be aware of, state and federal. And then he asked a question about the rally. Was the rally more of a high level summary of the FBA plan? It looked great. So I know when they have these bills in Congress, there's like a website you can go to kind of track the bills, but I think they're asking for like like one location that. Oh, damn it. Okay. How about now? How about now? How about now? Anything better? A little bit better.
Yeah, same thing, brother.
Same thing. Okay, I'm gonna drop out. Come back in.
Just like that. Just like your voice get what's the word I'm looking for?
Digitized.
Or whatever,
Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna drop out. Come back in. I think Miss Trouble has her hand up. Yeah, Twitter is really. Twitter sucks. These Twitter spaces suck. The technology sucks. All they want to do is block our spaces and make it hard for us to talk. Damn it.
Yeah, I seen the rally live stream. It looked great. I was so proud of everybody that.
Now it's the volume's real low.
Everybody that was up
Damn
on
it.
that stage doing their thing. Tesla. I wish I could have been there, but it was still precious being able to watch it from home.
Let's try one more time, man. See, the volume ain't working this time. That's what they do, man. These people are crazy.
Coming up on Juneteenth in 2020.
Oh my God, what are they doing? It was what?
That's what's up. I think somebody else online that was also promoting a rally for Juneteenth, and I'm not sure if that person is associated with no taxation. That's what I wanted to ask her when she was in here, but that was
yes.
A lawyer or something like that. So I don't know if the two are associated with each other.
Try one more time.
I agree with.
Dang it, bro! They will not let this space live.
From the government, and when they did get it, they did what they wanted to do with it when they wanted to do with it.
They just won't let the space live, man. They won't let the volume stay up. I don't know what that is.
When all three of you guys were talking about the majority Black states, like Mississippi, you were saying that there's 40% Black.
Yeah, 40% Black.
I'm pretty sure not all 40% are registered to vote. So I think that's number one. That's something that we have to work on. But at the same time of working on that, we also have to give them something or someone to work on.
Yeah, they won't let the volume stay like just normal, loud volume. I don't know why. It really, really is annoying because this never happened.
It's like right now it's do or die for us, and so we have to pull this, and everybody has to start bringing things to the table. I think we need to.
I hate to keep trying to drop out because I don't want to collapse the space, but I'll try one more damn time, man. Let me turn the volume down some so it's not all the way up. Maybe that'll help. Oh, damn it, Twitter. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
You was talking about creating the book that
nope. They on this low volume shit. I'ma try to put the phone close. If you guys could let me know if you can hear it, I would really appreciate it. Cause I'm gonna have to jump in with my other phone just so it can play through. It's real quiet. Okay, I'm gonna try to jump in the room off my phone. Other phone. Yeah. Damn it, man. This shit is goofy.
I was about to say, Black. Can you run down the list, because I know the reason why Delaware is the first state is because it does not take, I think, the numbers. It does not need, the numbers are low as far as, I think, the population growth for American freedmen that would need to move to the state, right? And then with Mississippi, I think, is Mississippi?
Advocate for Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And I get many people advocating for the state of Florida. However, Florida is really big, and it's going to take a lot of black people to take over Florida. So Florida is going to be the most difficult state. And Delaware, I think, Delaware and Mississippi going to be the easiest states to take supermajority.
So then we can just probably work on both and at the same time for Delaware, because I know you have the numbers. What are the numbers for Delaware and what are the numbers for Mississippi?
Okay, so I had to switch phones, because the other phone, the volume just wouldn't go up for some odd reason, and I dropped out of the room like 5 times and it still wouldn't do it. But at any rate, Delaware numbers are such that, and we only look at the registered voters when we talk about these numbers. So it's not based on overall population. I think I heard someone mention that, which is very intelligent. It's not based on overall numbers. It's based on the actual voter numbers, the registered voters. And I'm actually trying to get to it now so I can recite it from here. So Delaware on paper looks like it needs 500,000 voters to become a 60% black majority state. However, based on elections, and these are the past 2, 3, 4, 5 election cycles, it doesn't need nearly that much. It with half of that, we could actually win a primary. We could probably be very close to winning the general election. I think at 300,000, we could actually win the general election in the state of Delaware. Mississippi is a little bit different. On paper, again, and this is just based on registered voters, the number is 900,000 on paper. But again, every state, when you look at the elections, we have this issue of voter apathy, and essentially that just means people are not voting. And so in a lot of these states, you will find that 50%, 60% of the people are voting, but 40% are not. So you wouldn't need 900,000. You might need 600,000. You might be able to win a primary with just a couple 100,000 votes. So each state is different, and if you're going to tackle a state, you really got to drill down on the state and understand the numbers and look at the past few elections. I would really look at like the past 4 elections to get an idea if the numbers are swinging. In Delaware, what I noticed was every year about 10 to 11,000 new voters are registered. The population is increasing by about the same proportion. And so every state's going to be different based on how their population is growing, based on how the voter rolls are growing. And then you got to do the race-based delineation of black voters, white voters, and others, to kind of get a feel, but also understanding that even within the black vote, a lot of those people don't actually vote. I got this in the jumbotron. Gary Chambers is in Mississippi, and he posted all of his.
Louisiana.
Oh, he's
Louisiana.
You're right, Louisiana. My bad. He's in Louisiana, and he posted his these are early voting totals. I'm gonna just run through them so we can understand what's going on once I get to this post. He's basically trying to excite the voters and get them out to vote, and showing them, he's kind of berating them, but I guess that's what you have to do, to basically show them that, man, if you guys are not going to vote for me, you're going to get what you get, I guess is how he's looking at it.
Hey, Blood, look, I know the solution for that. To get people to vote, you have to give them incentive to vote. Right? Let's say we have a Black American homeland political party, right? And you are a member of that party. And if you vote for candidates that are representing a Black American homeland party, right? And if we win, then the incentives are, right, is that, we're gonna say we're gonna try to get you land. We're gonna try to get scholarships for your kids in university, right? We're gonna help you get loans, housing loans, and business loans, right? We're gonna help you get state, local government contracts. It is so many things that we can offer to our members of a Black American homeland political party or a Freeman political party. We can give them incentives to vote.
You can't buy votes. Cannot buy votes. You can't buy votes.
That's how you get people to vote. People will only vote if there's something for them. Look, you vote, you will get something.
Yes, I'm definitely using audio through the phone. I'm not good on technology and stream. I know there's StreamYard and there's a bunch of other different things.
They got their white people
but
voting because they know that
I don't. The functionality on the app is different, I believe, than on the laptop or on the desktop. And I'm not sure how well Twitter works through the desktop necessarily. So that's why I've just run it from the app.
Within that state, it is so many things that you can offer people, and we can do the same thing.
I think you're gonna run into an issue of electioneering where you're buying votes. To me that sounds like buying votes.
Well, it's like this. It's not buying votes. It's like, okay, look, let's say you're a member of a political party, right? And you vote, and your political party wins, right? Then that political party that controls the state, you get state and local government contracts, you get business loans, your kids go to get scholarships to university. Look, these people do it all the time. It's called, Rella, she mentioned it all the time. It's called nepotism, cronyism. And this is how politics work. People will not vote when they know they're not getting nothing.
Yeah, the way I would tackle voter apathy is having a Black agenda with Black agenda policy that is going to provide opportunities for the voters. And that's a much different conversation where you are essentially going into the community and saying, this is the legislation that we have. This is the legislation we're going to pass. We know we have the votes, and approach it from that way versus whatever whatever mainstream, right, whatever mainstream society does. Now here's where the federal government actually can come into a state, is if you are doing something that white society does that rises to the level of federal crimes, they will come into the state for that.
Look, I'm not talking about crime. This is all legal, right? The thing is, I'm not saying anything illegal. look, we smart enough. I'm just being upfront with people. But the thing is, there's many ways. Look, look, you remember when Donald Trump, they said, hey, Donald Trump, you using using tax breaks so you don't have to pay taxes. There's many legal ways to not pay taxes, right? So you have to, we have laws, right? And we use the laws to give advantages to the members of our political party. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to word it. We're gonna have to word it the right way. But I know what I know. I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let me give you these Gary Chamber numbers. So this was early voting. And I mean, everybody knows the election is on Tuesday. So he said there's 942,000 registered black voters in Louisiana, almost a million registered voters. This is a midterm election, which typically the numbers are low anyway across the board. Although in some states they've seen elevated early votes. But I kind of went through. I scanned over these numbers. Roughly 60,000 votes are in out of 942,000 registered voters. Now he's got to be hoping that people are going to show up on election day, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. In East Baton Rouge, where there are 129,000 registered black voters, only 10% of them showed up to early vote. And as I'm looking at the numbers, it's roughly 10% or less. And that's what he essentially says. He says that means for every 10 black people you see this weekend, only one of them voted. So he's in a situation where he's only getting 10% of the registered black voters to show up for early voting. And it's because he doesn't have an agenda that speaks to the population that he's running in front of. He's running on a pseudo Democrat agenda where he smokes weed and he burns Confederate flags, and he kind of is a little outlandish. But when you peel back the hood and look at the engine, it's just the same old BS, Democrat BS. That is the problem, and that is a big problem. And that's why when you look at the states that we want to target for takeovers, really look at the voting totals and try to get them broken down by race so you can see what our people are doing, if they're voting, if they're not voting. The Freeman Party, which does a lot of really good data analysis. He's got a graphic. I'm gonna try to pull it up. Here it goes. So out of our population, nearly 38% of us are not voting across the country. We are of age, we are eligible to vote, but nearly 38% of us are not voting. And that says that they don't have anything to vote for. At the rally, there was an older gentleman. I think I said this story earlier. Much older than me, probably 20 years older than me. He said he hasn't voted in 40 years. He's the only one in his family. He's like the outsider, if you will, or the rebel, however you want to look at it. But he said he hasn't voted in 40 years. And I'm thinking, man, I haven't voted in like 4 years. So I'm thinking, wow, you know what I mean? I want to vote in the black majority state. I don't want to vote in this system the way it's currently constructed because it's not beneficial at all. I do want to vote in a black majority state where it is absolutely 1000% beneficial to myself, my future generations and the people that I love and care about. So that is my stance. I know that the Democrat Party already counts black voters as votes. They already count us as a vote. So by me not voting, essentially my vote is going for the opposition by not voting. It literally gives the opposition one vote up based on the projections that they would have. And so I'm comfortable with the opposition getting my vote. I'm not going to go and physically vote for the opposition, but I'm comfortable with the calculation that it'll apply the same way. Other people have the freedom and ability to go and vote if they choose to. I live in a town of about maybe 1,500 residents. Very, very, very small town. Um, and even when we do vote, it's like um, we don't get all of the candidates. So I might get one or two local, like very, very small local candidates, and then I might get some district, some statewide district or something like that. Now there is the Senate that's up for grabs this year or whatever, but I wouldn't vote for John Fetterman because he essentially was the mayor in a town that's right next door to where I live at, or where my first property is at. And absolutely wouldn't vote for Oz. There's no way on earth I would vote for that person. I would have voted for Kathy Barnett, the black woman who was in the race and should have actually been supported by the Republican Party, but I'm not voting for either of those guys. So there's nothing for me to vote for. Um, and that's just the way it is. And I've been an independent voter my whole life anyway, so I've never been attached. I never attached myself to a political party, um, which I believe is the best position for Black Americans to be in as well. I see we got True Words Are Spoken who would like to come up and speak. Or maybe they dropped out. Not sure. Okay.
All right. So I wanted to say that I understand the perspective that you're coming from. As the discussion unfolds in regards to Black majority state, I think that preparing people for Black majority state requires direction. And, we talked about this before, where the perspective on how to understand, like you said earlier, how legislation, civics actually works, so that way now we start to develop a new culture, a narrative on how do we move when we get into a Black majority state. I think that we don't focus so much solely on our legislators in the states that we live in now, in the cities and principalities we live in now, because we are so tired or drummed to sleep to the point where we're like, well, we don't have anyone to vote for. We don't have anyone that represents us. There's no legislation agenda that I agree to or that fits my interest, so I'm just not going to vote. I would just push back in the perspective of saying, could it be because the civic engagement is not on the level of understanding where collectively we're working with people in our states and cities right now, so that we can demand certain things until we are able to migrate, to a Black majority state. And I would say that is the case because you have so many people talking about they're not voting because it's all the same thing and you're always going to get the same thing. And I would just say, well, if you're not showing up to committee meetings, county meetings, and, listening to see what, people are talking about that does not serve their interest, to vocalize what you want in your state prior to the discussion of a Black majority state, then we're just going to get the same almost character behavior in a Black majority state, where you have people depending on folks in government, state and local wise, to make the decisions for them, and they necessarily don't have to be involved and engage. I think we need to break those habits. And I would say that we break those habits prior to even migrating, prior to even moving, because the first few migrations that happen, out of the South to the West, to the East and North, upstate, and Midwest, you had people so drum tired coming out of Jim Crow and the Great Depression that they were just looking for someone else to provide a safe haven, a safe space. They just want to go to work, be productive citizens, but then they never fully got back into the civic engagement where you could see Black Wall Street's being developed, because now we are, in other people's territory where we're trying to now just live. And I think we have to be mindful of that when we talk about, why I'm not voting. And I think you mentioned that you don't have anything to vote for. There's no candidates that represent your interests. There's nothing on the agenda that represents your interests at this moment in time. So for you, a Black majority state movement is going to be paramount. But for people who are still in those areas who maybe didn't get a chance, like the woman that you mentioned, what are the laws for write-in? What are the state laws for write-in ballots? Did she have to be registered in order to be a write-in, and that sort of thing? And I think that is a discussion that can be had. Like, I'm not in the business of giving up on people who don't decide to move to a Black majority state. I think we talked about this in the realm of California, even the numbers are small. But I also think what Don was saying earlier is for us who will go on to fight for the Supreme Court to be involved in the cases of pushing and making sure legislation is actually being codified. Protections have to be had. And if we can get it on a state level, local level, that's great. But should things change and those who don't move to Black majority state, there will always be us, I think, out there still making sure that no matter where people decide to land, they'll still have some level of protection. And all of it, to me, deserves a place on a table for us to have a discussion. And that's just how I feel.
Here we go. Yeah, no, again, it is so voting is like one of the most important decisions a person can make in the way that they want to express their their because voting is a political expression at the heart of it. And so everybody is free to do that in the way that they feel best suits themselves and their family, their community. And again, I voted since I was 18. I've been an independent voter. I've never registered with a party. I never will. At least not these white controlled parties. And so I'm I'll be 48 this year, so it's like I'm on this 4-year quest at this point to establish a Black majority state. Again, for me, it's don't eat until you accomplish the goal. Don't reward yourself until you accomplish the goal. And so that's just another motivator for me, another reward for myself when I get to actually vote in a state that I feel very confident we have the numbers to win. So when I'm casting that vote, I feel like I'm voting for a Black majority state at that time. So that's just the way I view it for this stage of my life. Because I think, and I'm not. Let me go back. Not that I think, I know The only way the black vote is powerful and reaches its full potential is when it's concentrated. Outside of it being concentrated, the next level is to vote as a block, but you need everybody to vote together at the same time for the same things. And that is extremely difficult and extremely unlikely to occur because nearly 40% of us who are eligible to vote are not voting at all. So I just look at everything for what it is. I accept it for what it is. I'm not trying to change it. Only thing I'm trying to change is say, let's concentrate it so that we do have full strength. And because, the dilution of the black vote has really led to a delusion of us believing, and this is unfortunate, essentially everything the Democrat Party tells us. And that's for the people who keep voting Democrat, who keep voting blue no matter who are voting blue in 2022. To me, a person who votes for a Democrat in 2022 is a mental patient, or they just don't care. And for me to exercise the vote and to just go in the booth blindly and vote for Democrats, I'm actually causing harm. I'm inflicting harm on the population. I'm not helping in any way, shape, or form. And that's just how I see it. Miss Trouble.
Okay, so I would like to know, Black, what do you think some viable solutions for us to start working on right now? 2022 elections are pretty much lost, so we need to start working towards the next set of elections coming up. Is there a particular state? Do you think it should be multi-state? Do you think, God, I keep losing my train of thought. What are your thoughts? I'm looking for some solutions. I know that there's a rally coming up in 2023. Rella, I heard you say something earlier about you all were planning something for Virginia where you're at. So I was thinking like this, the rally that happened today would have actually been kind of like the perfect place to start passing out some flyers about the Black Majority State agenda so we can start getting it out. Getting that knowledge out there to different people, at least getting them to start thinking about it. Like we've been promoting these rallies and talking about reparations. I think we need to start shoveling the same information at the same level to our people about Black majority states as well. So I'd just like to hear you all's thoughts about solutions on that.
So I am having discussions with a lot of the people that we always see. We talk behind the scenes. I'm here, like I said, in Virginia, and I mentioned it because of the rally in D.C. that people normally don't come across the bridge, and because I'm in Virginia, and the things that are happening in Virginia with like Montpelier, Descendants, the legislation that's happening here in Virginia, a rally for American freedmen, especially championing Virginia as trying to get Virginia on the map as one of the maybe third or fourth states to target for a Black majority state. Our population is low. However, the number is low. But I live in a county, which is Loudoun County, who has one of the highest GDPs here, and we need onus here. And when we talk about money moving, when you hear me talking about government set-asides, there is a reason for that. So it's not just to say it. The other thing is, I think the strategy definitely should be to focus on Delaware, and if Mississippi is the other go-to, where we would actually be able to actually solidify those two states quicker. That the other problems I think that we're going to run into is the mindset of the people, how harm they have been.
Yes,
but the infrastructure, meaning that there has to be money in place, but because money was stolen, we don't know what the infrastructure looks like. So the only thing right now Mississippians really would have, who are descendants there, would be their vote, but for who, if they're not already in office? So that would actually be have to be a strategic thing that I would never talk about on Spaces. I would probably do it either on social or somewhere where it's a little safer for us to have open conversations where we can develop strategy. And I would do the same thing with Delaware. I believe, like no taxation, that we need to work, those of us who work well behind the scenes, in more of like a stealth mode, so that way we can execute certain things and then hit them all at one time. So if anybody is in the state of Virginia, Maryland, DC, hello?
I hear you.
Oh, so if anybody's in the state of Maryland, DC, Virginia, definitely link up. I have decided to run as senator in 2024. So that's another issue of preparing, with everything else that I'm already involved in here in my state. I want to own property in Delaware, not necessarily live in Delaware, but be able to own property. So if that's an option to do swing voting, then I would look into that too. So there's a lot of conversations happening. But
I think it's got to be 6 months in a day.
I would focus on Delaware, Mississippi, the two lower numbers that have a higher population of the higher concentration of voters, and then look at the other states that were mentioned, like North Carolina, South Carolina, and VA and Maryland. And I know DC is kind of like, I really, it really hurts my heart when I hear people say DC is not a chocolate state city anymore. But they really do need to also fight to demand to become another state, as they were trying to, so that they can have voting options, because there is still a high concentration of Black people that live in DC. So I know it's probably all over the place, but sorry.
Hey, DC is the Black population in DC about 45% right now. I can't remember. I remember back in the 80s, it was like 80%, 75, 80% Black.
Crazy.
Yeah.
They're doing DC exactly the same way they did all, high concentrations of Black communities. And, that's why the whole conversation behind Westmore in Maryland is such a hot topic, because he believes in sanctuary cities. And it seems like they target Black populations that do not control the state by bringing in other people to break up the community. And I mean, you can see it in the writings all across the country, so.
Right. And Rella, Virginia is actually 21% Black. So 21%, that's actually pretty high.
That is high. But when I looked at the numbers before, remember I told you, maybe I was just looking at my city, my area. So I think we make up maybe the little 8%. Yeah.
Right. Most of the Black population is concentrated around in Richmond, Suffolk.
Why don't they understand? They don't understand. They don't understand. They don't understand.
North of Portsmouth, in that area.
Yeah, the problem with larger states is if you're 21% of a state that has 12 million people, the requirement for Black. I'm sorry. Say it again.
I was going to say Virginia has, I think, 8.5 million people.
Okay. So the numbers that I have say you need 5 million Black voters in order to create a 60% majority in the state. So
that's about right.
Yeah. So that's the issue in Georgia, where you are at 33%. but there's so many people there that you got to add 3 million people to get to the number.
Right. Well, the thing is, Georgia is worth it because they have a huge economy. You know, it's a big state, right? They have a large city. They have, the state is 56,000 square miles. Have plenty of farmland. It has a coastline. Yeah, Georgia's worth it. I mean, if it takes 5 million black people to take over the state of Georgia, it's worth it because it's a huge economy. You know, Georgia, their economy is similar to like Belgium or Sweden or what other Denmark. Countries, man. So yeah, if it takes 5 million to take over Georgia, it's worth it because of the size of the economy. And North Carolina is the same way. North Carolina is 22% black. And their economy is similar to Georgia. I think North Carolina is like high 500 billion, or I think it's reaching 600 billion. So so those two states alone, right, are that's 1.2 trillion in GDP. I mean, most countries can't even match that. So those, it's worth it. To me, the bigger the economy, it's worth going after those states because they have a large economy. They can hire a lot of people. There's a lot of land. They get a lot of tourists. I mean, the economy is very, what's that word? Very, I can't think of the word. I mean, it's a lot of different ways of making money in those states. Variety, yeah. There's a variety of businesses and manufacturing and farming in those two states. So that's why I could never give up on Georgia and North Carolina.
Well, Georgia's on the Black State of America map, so I do agree that Georgia is a possibility. But it is one of the tougher states because of the amount of population you need.
Right.
So I think Miss Trouble was asking about Delaware. For me, Delaware is the foundation of everything that these other states can become. And the reason is you need an example. You need an example, and you have to show people the same way that rally happened today, where people can see it, they can watch the videos, the people that were there, you see it happening. So the next one, again, the one in June, I have a really strong feeling it's going to be much bigger, twice as big, 3 times as big, because you can see it happen and it's real to people. And again, this link chain is that I believe people were seeing the pull-ups all summer, and then they saw the one that happened 2 weeks ago, and so it's like, oh, this is real, this can really happen. So there's this just breaking down the wall of it can never happen, because most of the arguments that I get is that it can't happen, black people won't do it. It's just a lot of that. But
or they black, they think that we should be doing one thing and not the other.
Yeah, we can't do two things at once. That is another false argument. But Delaware is something that must happen because every major city around Delaware has enough population to quite literally take over an entire state, and they're living in a city where they are marginalized, subjugated, minoritized, and ostracized and oppressed, and every other word that we can come up with, by them living in these major cities that are more than likely controlled by Democrats. If just one of those cities, and it wouldn't take the whole population, it probably only take half the adults to move into the state of Delaware, they can control the entire state and have all of this power, all of this authority, and control over the economy of an entire state. That is the simplest path forward. After that, for me, I do want to participate in the second state, but it really is based on where do our people want to go? What do they want to do? Because we have we can say this state takes this many votes, this state, we can lay it all out, but people are going to move where they want to move. And the problem with them moving anywhere and everywhere is that you're not concentrating and you're not getting the most effective result, because there's 8 states on the map. If people just picking and choosing which state they want, this could take decades. It could take 100 years to happen, to be quite honest. It's got to.
I actually, I'm gonna push back on that. Look, man, I believe, right, that look, if you look at the original Great Migration, right, black people, they moved from 12 southern states. It was 8 million, and it was over a 70-year. A 70-year.
What is the pushback?
Time.
What is the pushback? That's 100 years.
8 million people moved from the.
That's 100 years.
To all over the.
It was
country,
6 million,
right?
and that's 100 years.
It would take 10 to 15 years for that to reverse migrate. Some states going to be faster than others. But the thing is, the states that are going to draw people are going to be the states that are going to be those dynamic states that that can easily be promoted. That's why states like North Carolina and Georgia are very easy states to promote, because you have a city like Atlanta. Atlanta is a very popular city. But of course, I don't want all the black people that move to Georgia move to Atlanta. I want them. It needs to be a balance. Some need to move to Savannah. Some need to move to Augusta. Some need to move to Macon. But guess what? Those are at least 40% black cities, so there's no problem. So. But yeah, I don't see. Look, I don't see. I believe just let the people. There's 8 states. Let them choose between the 8 states, and let them choose where their family came from, where they have their history. They're going. I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, I feel like if we sort of like if we like command people, not command. I mean, it's not that harsh.
You're saying we need to unlock people's connection with their lineage to the lands that their people came from. And I think we also need to open up the perspective of how to actually digest the numbers that you put out for voting, and how to actually solidify or complete the process of getting one black majority state and then moving to the other. And again, I think we could do all of those things simultaneously. We just have to make a point to make sure that that's on the forefront of the focus. And while that's happening, we still have to get we still need to re-educate ourselves on civic engagement, and we can practice that where we are today, right now, as we're having this conversation using, these tools of social media that we don't own. by also saying, hey, we have a platform like social, fan-based things that Black Americans have developed. We need to start moving to those spaces and hosting these conversations, and putting those into actionable items. So now we're saying we're going to engage, and we're going to now put actions, in place. What does that look like for everybody in their individual lives? We had those conversations off Twitter, because they're being had by other groups all the time. They've been probably doing this, more often than not. I think we're so ushered into trying to, find our connections with Africa and other historical references, that we never get to this point. We never get to the point where we're like, okay, well, how do I get free so that I can move around and I can make my decisions? Well, you need to find out where the money is, and then you need to get with the collective, and then you need to figure out, is that in your state where you are, or are you going to have to move back south, whatever. And I think you guys, are the platform to do it. I think it could be a little bit more targeted maybe now, versus us having, the roundabout conversations with everyone who wants to know. Whereas now that information is on social, it's DJ got the CDs. You can start now, saying, hey, we got this information. Let's watch this video, and then maybe have a meetup every once a month to have the strategic plan of discussion, the actionable plan of discussion. That way we don't have to start, keep tripping up over ourselves and be like, okay, well, we're arguing back and forth on how these states going to work when we really don't know yet. Because as people start to learn how to civically engage, they're going to be demanding certain agendas. Hopefully people are going to start running for office. Satra, I don't want to butcher her name. She also mentioned the sheriff position in cities and states. Across different counties. That's going to be important to talk about. A lot of people are going to have to be, come police officers and firefighters, and we're going to be having to try to figure out how to send people to school to become doctors and lawyers and all that stuff. And so I think the breakdown of those things will come, I think, in a more strategic way, just not on spaces, not on here, I think. I'm sorry.
I like that, Rella. We need people to be police officers. We need people to be doctors and lawyers and firemen. Right. Look, to me, when you give a man responsibility, and a woman, but especially a man, when a man has responsibility and purpose, right, you don't have to worry about them breaking the laws, because they have purpose. They have responsibility to their community. And I'm telling you, it works for me. The fact that I have responsibility, it makes me, I think twice before I do anything, right? I want to take care of my family. I want to make sure they have the best results, the best opportunities, the most advantage. I want all Black families to feel the same way. I want them to know that, their family has advantages and benefits and opportunities. I think that's the key to granting confidence to the Black American family.
Yeah, civic freedom. Civic freedom is the advantage, and I think one of the tokens of us actually thriving on top of, getting back into our cultural heritages of untapping, our ancestral traditions and ushering, like, because the holidays are coming up. Mom is gone, but if I had a village around me that said, "Hey, we know there," I think I heard Dawn even say something about someone, she lost someone, so condolences to her. I don't know if it was her or Amaru, but my point is, if we had a Black majority state where the communities can surround families when tragedies happen or when births happen. Imagine having a state where people literally just fluidly operate so well on the civic level as well as the social level. I mean, it's like that's our true that's like who wouldn't want that? Who would not want to fight for that?
Look, I think this is one of my advantages of traveling all over the world, right? I've been to many third world countries, right? And I've been to Africa, I've been to Asia, right? And I said to myself, right, I'm an observer type person, right? I say, okay, a black majority state, what would it look like? What would the people do for a living? How would the people how would they communicate with each other? How would they cooperate with each other? I look at all those things, right? So when I'm in a third world country, right, and I see their development infrastructure and the universities and things like that, then I can compare it to Black Americans, and I can say, you know what, Black Americans, we're more educated than them. We're more westernized than these people are. We can do much better than these people. I know exactly how far Black American can go within this supermajority black state. Because look, number one, the infrastructure is already built, right? The system is already in place. Only thing we have to do is just take it over. And we've been here for 400 years. We know how this country is run. So, yeah, I say we shouldn't have any problems. I land my plane.
Well, we got to get to work right now. They are trying to get these legislators in office, and Black majority state. There's work to be done actionably under social, and getting started. So I know we've had all those conversations months ago, or a few months ago, but it's like it's coming to a head now.
Right. Oh, there's another thing, right? Another key to this supermajority black states is the declining white population, right? The white population is dying, right? They're older than other minority groups, right? And they're dying off. And what's the name? The U.S. Census 2050 prediction said that the white population is going to be 42% of the national population by 2050.
Oh, God. I'm so fucking tired.
So,
I'm so tired.
It's not enough.
Yeah, Black, your mic is on. We heard all that yawning.
So fucking tired.
Word is born, bro. Get some coffee. You know what I'm saying? We got at least another 2 hours. I got some weed. You know what I'm saying? We got food over here. We hungry and shit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's low on energy. All this talking and do that. I'll get you a canola bar and some water.
Man,
you know
I'm tired, bro.
Right.
I'm fucking tired.
Look, I'm just going to finish this. Look, soon there are not going to be enough whites for a supermajority in all 50 states, right?
Man.
We talk about this every week. The Mexicans, they're going to take over the California, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas. I see or vision white people moving north, and then I see Black Americans taking supermajority of the southeastern part of the United States, and that's the way it's going to be. I believe that 100%. I land my plane. Go ahead, Black. What do you have to say?
Which one am I talking on? Okay, I'm getting confused because I got both of these phones open. So I'm actually talking on social over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I kind of gotta I gotta backtrack to the people can move to whatever state they want. Yes, they can, because we are American citizens and we have freedom. We have freedom of choice. We have rights
We
that
give
are
them 8 states. We give them 8 states to choose from. 8. That's it.
well.
9. Actually, 9 states. We give them 9 states to choose from.
The problem with that is we have a limited number of voters. We don't have an infinite number of voters. We have a limited number of voters. And so if you scatter, it doesn't matter if you scatter us across 50 states or 9 states. If the numbers don't add up, we will not reach 60% of the population in multiple states. And so we'll just end up being concentrated, but effectively become Mississippi's, because we'll be 40% of the population in some of these states that we can't take over, because here's the biggest thing. 100% of our population is not going to do this. We had a space talking about 10% of the population will actually do the action that is required. With 10% of our population, we can actually get to 3 or 4 states. That's probably within my lifetime, the would be like being kissed on the forehead by God, because that would be a miracle.
No, no, hey, Black. I'm gonna push back on that, right? Look, I try to stay from this divine type of thing, right? But the reason why I'm behind this for over 20 years, because I feel like I was given the divine, whatever you call this, vision to see this way before anybody else, right? And there's a reason why God, I hate saying that. There's a reason why I travel all over the world, right? Someone wanted me to see things. Someone wanted me to experience something outside of the United States, right? Because if I stayed in the United States, right, I wouldn't think any of this was possible, right? Because when you around your environment, your same environment for years and years and years. I'm 56 years old, right? When you're around the same environment, you think that things would never change. But look, I'm outside of the United States. When I see the United States, I feel like I'm
talking
like
about anything changing at all. Actually,
like not an angel, but I'm looking down over the United States, and I can see what's going on in the southern states. I can see it. I vision it. I see it. Sometimes hard for me to convey it speaking, but when it comes to my writing, I can write. I can write much about it, but the thing is, I see it. It can happen. Look, I already predicted that all of this, Black Americans are going to take supermajority and political control of the 8 southern states, or maybe more, completely by 20. I don't want to say the number because I'm gonna say 2050. I know that seems like a long way, but all those states going to be super majority Black by 2050. Now, what happens between now and 2035, right? I don't know what state, southern state's going to be Black first, super majority Black first, but each state has their advantages, their pros and cons, and whatever state becomes first, that's so be it. But Delaware does have a chance to be one of the first states. But I land my plane.
Okay, so let's have a conversation where there has been a natural return to the South since 1970. We had a natural migration out of the South, where we were forced out of the South, and that lasted.
8 million.
Well, I think the number 6, but 6 to 8 is fine. That's not going to change a whole lot. But since 1970, we've been returning back to the South. I think we agree on that part, right? That's
well, I can't really. I mean, we've been returning, but it depends on the state. Good example. More Black Americans moved to the state of Texas and Florida than than all the 8 southern states that we're targeting.
yes, and that is part of the problem, because people have free will and they're going to choose where they're going to go. They're going to pick and choose where they're going to go. Florida and Texas is no different than Virginia and North Carolina right now. I mean, there's no difference. The population totals are too high to overcome because we have a limited number of voters within our population. We don't have an infinite number of voters within our population. We just don't.
Well, yeah.
And
I know there's 50,
and we're not
50 million Black Americans. That's all I know.
But 10 million of them are immigrants, roughly.
Well, guess what? I'm sorry, man. Look, I know Black Americans. I know we push the oh my God, I forget what you call it. The what do you call it when there's 40 million Black Americans? God, the Native. I know we're pushing the Native Black American population, but the thing is, your white population, right? Their population is also dwindling, and they are dependent on international whites moving to their country. The Hispanic. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna jump in just real fast because we got like 4 hands up. I think we have. I'm gonna mess up her name. I know I'm gonna mess it up. Satra, just correct me. Satra. I'm gonna pronounce it how it's spelled. I know that might not be right.
I think Satra was right.
First, then we have Trouble, DJ, and Miss Secret Sisters on the stage. But I want to just kind of pair this back to what I was saying real fast. So if we start the construction of getting people back civically engaged, because if you're both saying majority of people are moving back to southern states, not necessarily always the South, but southern states, and the conversation is to point out the 9 states or on the plan, you have to talk to those people, get engaged with those people in those states to either they're going to learn how to take over that state or come move to these states because hey, here we have a plan. That goes back to Trouble's conversation earlier when she was saying, at the rally, passing out information, blah, blah, blah. And so that window, we missed that window, but another rally's coming up that we can plan for, and we can have that discussion on social. And then in the between time, if we need to get to have maybe even plan to go down to Florida and Texas, or somehow target those 2 states where majority Black people are, migrating back to, and saying, hey, either you're going to get involved civically in this state, or you're going to need to move out of this state because it's going to be overrun and you'll never get legislation at this point. So I know that was a monkey wrench. I shouldn't say monkey wrench. That was a wrench thrown into the conversation just to try to pair that we hear both you guys and what you're saying, because Black is literally saying, if we do not get the numbers in the prospective states, even if people have free will to move around, we will not have solidified our goal as getting a Black majority voter state.
Yeah.
So we can get people in office. It becomes a majority state.
Right.
Did I capture that right, Black? I hope I did.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a finite. We not only do we have a finite number of voters, but we have we are essentially, by having this 8 map or 8 state map or 9 state map, we're using 100% of our population to even get close to achieving that. And I'm very, very, very confident that we're not going to get 100% of Black Americans to move to these states. It's going to be a percentage. It's likely to be less than half of the people who live outside of the South already. And that means we're really going to end up with 2, 3, or 4 maximum. And that's being very realistic, like extremely realistic, because I've talked to, you've got 2 million Black Americans living in California, and they're not leaving the state. They're not. There's 3 million, 3.5 million living in Texas. They're not leaving the state. They're just not. So what we're going to be able, what we're trying to do is get 10% of this population, 10% of that population, because they're not all going to leave. We're not going to get 100%.
I believe that there's going to be some type of Black Swan event. We already have one, but there's going to be another one. And I mean, just the Mexicans taking over the state of California, right? They're going to push Black. There's 3 million. There's 2.9 million Black Americans living in the state of California, right? And I see the Mexican pushing Black people out of that state. I mean, they're going to push. I believe when the Mexicans take over the state of California, right? Spanish is going to be one of the. I don't think they can.
Crazy right now. I don't know why he's in crazy mode.
It's probably not going to be an official language, but it's going to be a main language in the state of California, where the court system.
It's not helping me.
They might, transfer the court proceeding in Spanish, or to government documents going to be written in Spanish, or the school is going to be taught in Spanish. I can see things like that happening, and that's going to push Black Americans out of that state if they don't speak the Spanish language.
It doesn't mean they're going to go to the states where we can actually get a majority. I have family living in California. They all moved to Texas. All moved to Texas. So, I mean, yeah. Holy shit.
Like all my family, look, man, all my family lived from the state of New York to Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it doesn't help.
The ones that
doesn't help
live in New Jersey and New York, they are moving down to Virginia. They're moving back to Virginia,
that doesn't
North
help
Carolina,
us.
South Carolina, Georgia. So,
let me chime in real quick there, so that way I could just not talk or whatever. But they already there, Black American homeland. So from the moment I moved back to New Jersey, from 2010 up until now, most of our people have already left the North. Yep. There's only a couple of us, here, there, Newark. My narrative of Gray was, hey, well, why not just stay in Newark or whatever the case be, you know what I mean? Newark is still about 50% Black controlled or whatever, Black American mixed maybe with a little bit of, diaspora folks or whatever, but, that's not state power, you feel what I'm saying? So majority of our folks have already left between 2010 and right now, and that was due, through Obama coming in office, recession hitting at the same time. It's happening all over again. You can't afford to live up here anymore. It's just the same thing just happening over and over again. So, and I agree. I hear you, Black. Sometimes, I like it here in Jersey where I'm born and raised there. My mother's side, father's side here. I don't see a need to leave. You feel what I'm saying? But in order to get this shit done, man, I'm gonna have to be one part of the 10%. You feel what I'm saying? Somebody gonna have to do the dirty work,
man.
but majority of our people are already down
That's
there,
what it's gonna be.
And
It's gonna be
those that didn't make
10%
it
of the
down here,
population.
a lot of our folks up there
No
passed
question.
away too. So it's like, man, but I yield there. Go ahead though. See what else?
I have absolutely no opposition to any part of any plan when it comes to the Black Southern strategy or the Great Reverse Migration. My only if I do have one opposing or disagreement is that I just believe that we should give people the opportunity to make their choices between 8 or 9 states. That's the only thing I advocate for. Any other thing you talk about, Black, great. I agree with you 100%. But I just want to give people choices because everybody came from 12 southern states, and 90% of Black people live in 12 southern states, and I believe they're gonna go back to at least 9 or 8 states. So not all of them. I say at least 80%. I believe 80%.
Yeah. Go ahead, Satra. You have it.
Okay, a lot was said. In reference to like Texas and Florida, my experience have been military people and people retire. They go to those states because they're not taxed, no state taxes. Right. And a retirement won't be taxed because I have a lot of military relatives that I was trying to get to come to Georgia. But because Georgia does tax on everything, a lot of them decide to go to Texas. So we do need to get a southern state and control it and change those things. Then it would be more attractive for those people to leave, because Texas and Florida, it's like New York. American freedmen are not going to control those states. Absolutely. That's just not going to happen. So the state we can control, we have to work that state and then make it more attractive. Then others will come down. It's like, okay, they're not taxing. I was born in Philly. There's no tax on food and clothes, and it's a commonwealth. I didn't see homelessness until I came to Georgia, Atlanta, really. So it's you back to taking control of that southern state.
Philly is
and changing
reaping
the
in
policies
homelessness
and
right
the
now.
rules and the taxes.
Oh my God,
that's going to make it more attractive for people to come down. And we always been the moral compass of the Constitution, of the laws and everything, and pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. But everyone else has taken advantage of the land grants and the government and the Social Security and the GI Bill and all these other things that we were denied. And so I had said that because someone was saying, well, how do we build when we always been building? Someone else just has been tearing it down. And the example is, if you ever kind of saw the gangs of New York, that's, what white people did. They, Irish, Italians, whatever, they were criminals. Any oppressed people go underground and do what they need to do to survive. So what we seeing us do or our people do is no different than what anyone else did, but they created Salvation Armies and a YMCA and all of these things for them to rehabilitate them. So we have to look at things that we need to rehabilitate our people and network as they come down. Because my mother left Georgia and went to New York, but she lived with a family, a Black family that didn't even know her. So, they had that type of compassion back then and knew we were segregated, so they worked together. And now that we're integrated, a lot of us don't have that trust anymore to network. So we got to network on all levels. I land my plane.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I do agree. So I'm trying to find the amount of over 18 population. As of 2021, we were just under 32 million, and these are some of the immigrant population is factored into these numbers. So we must understand that politically, if people who look like us do not align with us and they use politics to undermine us, that does not work for us. It works great for them. It does not work for us. So so what I'm trying to do is, and this is going to take probably all day tomorrow, is taking this 32 million number, figuring out how many of this 32 million are already in the states that we want to target, and then factoring out of that all of the other states, 42 states, and how much we need from each state in order to get to a position where we would have 60% in the South, and then if there's any population left over. And when I say South, I'm talking about the states that are viable, that are on the map. So that is the calculation that has to be done. It'd be nice if there was a website that simply had each state based on the age of being an adult and by race, so I can actually go through this and actually do this a lot quicker. But it is what it is.
Hey, well, look, hey, great. Look, counting the children is very important. You know why? Look, the children are very important because the children, they the ones that go to the schools, right? Look, white parents,
what? They can't
once
vote.
the school is more than 30-40% black, they're going to take their kids out of public school and put them in private school.
What are you talking
when white parents put their kids in private school, now their costs of living go dramatically up. And now they say, look, well, I can't afford to put my kids in private school, so I'm gonna leave this supermajority black state and go to a white state where my kids can go to public school. This has happened. I have read many things about this. The kids are very important because the kids they also are in public spaces, right? And the white parents are concerned about their white kids around black kids. So the kids are very important. Public space, black people, they won't be any all white public spaces because black Americans, we are invading their space, their public space, and that's going to cause them to leave the supermajority black state. So we need everybody, not only voters, but if we need homeless people, we need those people, we need everybody. Give me, you're tired, you're weak, you're dumb. I would take any and every black American to the South because we need everybody.
I just wanted to interject that
I don't know what this dude is talking about. What is this motherfucker talking about?
I don't know if it's open to everyone.
Holy shit.
But the information you're looking for as far as the voters and how many, and he had showed it to me. So I don't know. We may need to, I forget the position, but there's a position you can get with the voting and the polls and all of that and get access to what you're trying to find as far as how many black voters, white voters, the ages. He showed me the whole breakdown. And I know it's called GeorgiaVoters.com, but because he was a Democratic chair, he had access to it, and I couldn't get access to it. So, we probably have to get on those type of forums
I land my plane.
Yeah, I saw many of those different information, especially around. I mean, I did most of my my research on this between 2008 and 2014. So I don't have updated. I don't have much of the updated. But the thing is, there are more Black Americans now than were back in between 2008 and 2014. This my
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, Black. So I think you're talking about the county chairs, and yeah, people need to actually start going to those county meetings because we went and they were, man, I'm gonna just land it there, and then right after you, Black, we have Trouble, and then Secret Sister.
Okay, yeah. So right now, what I have, and these are 2021 numbers. There are a little over 8.5 million 18 and up Black Americans living in the 8 states that are on the Black State of America map. That leaves 23 million in all these other states. So then the next thing for me to do is to get to 60%. How many do we need in these 8 states? I'll add that number up. And then that will tell us how many of the people are left over if we can actually get all of those people to move to these 8 states. How many people are left over?
Hey, Black, so you said the Black population 18 and over is total 32 million?
Yeah, just under 32 million. Yep.
So so you're saying there's 18 million Black people under the age of 18? That's almost
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. If that's based on your 49 million number. Yeah.
I mean, the number is way greater than 32 million. I say 18 voters, possible voters from 18 on up. I say it's around maybe 38 million, and then 12 million are under the age of 18. Look, I have a accounting background. My background's in statistics.
I'm not doing.
I look at these things all the time.
Yeah, I'm not actually doing statistics. I'm on a website that is designed to tell you exactly what the population is. This is the Annie E. Casey Foundation that actually does this work. They come up with the numbers. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm telling you what the numbers are, and this is a kids count data center. So if you don't want to believe these numbers, that's fine, but they got raw data. It's based on the US Census Bureau information. I don't know what you want from me. I'm just telling you what the numbers are. So holy shit, bro. Chill the fuck out.
Is you have to be careful how they
there's nothing to be careful about.
Or describe
18 is an adult.
So you're talking about they're using the Black only population. I mean, people that only so they're not they don't mention any 2 or more race or Hispanic, Black, or
oh God, bro.
Because the total population is 50 million. Well, let's just go with your 32 million for now. I just got to look this up later.
This dude is on some shit.
Okay. Trouble?
On these motherfuckers on
yeah,
something,
I'm here
bro.
with you. Yeah, I'm just listening. We moved on from the conversation for now, so I'll drop back down.
Oh no, what was
Okay. Secret Sister.
What's the conversation? I don't know what you're talking about.
Hi, I just wanted to say hi, everybody.
I was listening to the conversation. I came in kind of late. And I want to say God bless to all my family. And I am so glad the rally went off without a hitch. I'm so proud of our family. I knew we can do it. Another thing, I see we're crunching numbers. And this is where I stand. Okay? Being as though I lived here for a long time. This is our house.
So there you go.
And it frustrates me to hear my people constantly trying to make everybody comfortable in your house while we be uncomfortable. I'm going to live where I want to. I'm going to move around like I want to. I'm going to come down. I love going down the south. That's where my family is from. I love going down there visiting. I love coming back home. I love going to California. I love coming back home. That's the point of it. I don't like for us to once again let them enslave us. This is where Gray, King, Relia, DJ, I wanted to talk to you, and I've been trying to talk to you because of some things that I've been had going in the backgrounds. Due to recent events, I'm so frustrated, and I am at this point probably going to back off. I have fought for my people the last time. I can't. I just can't anymore, because when my people don't fight for me or ridicule me or anything like that, I have a problem with that. But one thing I do, I cannot take out of my blood. I love my people. And I've been sitting for the last 3 days with a very hard burden on me. Today is not just a rally, it's my dad's birthday. And I don't think that was an accident. Today I woke up with a little bit more vigor. My mind was a little bit more clear. Heart still broke. I have supported our men since I came on here, and I will forever support our men. The women, of course, I'm a woman with you, but we have to get our men together. We have to support them. We have to let them know that they are the gold that everyone is seeking. That's why they're attacked on the constant. Now let's get into the numbers.
Ouch.
I've been trying to tell the family about the manifesto, the taking down of the black man. Since slavery, we've been always enslaved. One thing we as a black family can always say, we invented numbers. We invented pretty much America. And there's no damn way that no bureaucrat, no government is going to tell me the number that we are.
Let's see.
I'll tell you,
it's about 8
while working in the government, when I came across this, it was surprising to me too. And it was disheartening, because we're trying to tell the truth. I am now a crazy lady. But as we all know, the government is evil too when it comes to us. No one likes us. Let's just get that straight. So even if you decide
to move down south, they'll find another way to get you. They'll poison the water. They'll do, don't you know, they are 4 steps ahead of you. And what I came on here to do, with all the knowledge that I got prior to me retiring, I was going to tell my family, because I was the spook that sat behind the door. My dad, he molded me for this. And the day I woke up and I said, Dad, these people don't listen to me. I'm getting ridiculed. I'm getting called names. I'm getting called crazy. And they haven't even seen crazy. I can be crazy, but I'm everything but. I'm crazy for my people. I love my people. And I hate what we have been through and what we continue to go through. I'm tired of us talking about it. I'm tired of nothing being done about it. Am I radical? Yes. Do I put boots to the ground? Yes. Yes, I do. Have I been jailed? Yes, of course. Have I fought police? Mm-hmm. FBI? Yes. But this is what I will not do. I will not see my brothers as intelligent as you all are. I'm not going to see you sit here and try to fit yourselves in their world. Not one more time. Not when they are in our house. This is the time now the ancestors are going to speak, and they are speaking. That's why the day went off without a hitch, because we're making moves. And moves is not, well, it'll be better if we just sucker down and move out their way. No. They better get out our way. It's time for them, and I'm talking about everybody except FBA. It's time for them to understand and see who we really are. Because we have been the forgivers, the lovers of a white God, a spiritual people, accepting people. We've been everything. But what have we been to them? Carpet. Carpet. If you like flooring, you're flooring. Do you think they sit and think about how we're going to, every day, do you know that they have a secret cabal within them? What is it today that we're going to do to fuck with them niggas? And I kid you not, just the way they say it. What about today? One of them days, we have to show them that we have the force and the warriors of mighty men. Now, I'm going to tell you where they are keeping us enslaved. They are leading us, our men, as well as the women, to believe that we are 50 million strong. They are leading you to believe that you're a minority. Well, I'm here. Believe me or don't. I'll break down real quick
allergies, man.
How you can figure it out. For one, I come from a generation that, guess what? After the slave masters put us on the census, we never did a census. And I know half of you, half of the Black community say, we ain't on no census. So you got to account for that. You got to account for all of our brothers and sisters that are jailed, that are kidnapped, as I would call. Because when you put them in jail for drugs that you put in a pill and legally sell, I'm sorry, it's called kidnap. In our house. This is all going on in our house.
Nobody didn't ask, but they come in. They came in. We invited them in. Nice. Now we told them, oh, this is the room with the white rug. We need you to take your shoes off. And you know what they told us? Fuck y'all. We'll do what we want. And we gotta start showing them. This is not a country that you can do what you want. Not now or in the future. We are not a violent people. We are not a running one either.
Oh God, man!
And as a strong woman,
just trying to stay alive,
an alpha woman,
I
want to see my alpha men stand and say, "We ain't going no motherfucking where. We are where we at, and around us, we'll collectively get together, and we'll make sure that stays that way." It's time for us to start sending people home. Y'all realize we're the only ones that can't be deported. Because this is our home. Then you also got to realize if it was really 300 and something million white people or white and Latino or whoever, would they have to allow illegal immigrants in so that they could check that white box and make their numbers big? Think about it. Just think about that. Okay? Everything they're doing on purpose. They are bullying us. And after hearing a conversation that I heard today that's going on up in there.
I guess you don't have that power, huh? Well, that's interesting.
To come against us.
That's really interesting.
When I was attacked by the FBI, and they told me don't go to the rally, my radical self said, no, fuck them. Then I said, you know what? The message is bigger than me. But then I find out they're there anyway. Anybody up there? Did anybody go today? Did you see armored people, fully in tactical gear, just sitting in your lounges, in the lounges of your hotels?
Okay. Alrighty then.
They waiting. We gotta get ready. And this is not the way to get ready. Try to fit in. Because they can come regardless. And for any Africans that are on here, or for any Latinos that are on here, I'm gonna help you understand one thing. They already have y'all down as the new nigga. And I kid you not, you'll hear it soon. We got our new niggers. Because see, we're not going to do those jobs. Yeah. We're not going to move to their beat. We are going to fight them. We've been fighting them, and we're going to continue. Until the day I die, I will. But I want my men to show me what I know you have. I know you have my father in you. I know you have Malcolm in you. I know you have Khalid. I know you have our ancestors in the punch bowl. I know we have that in us. They did it. Now we have better technology, better means, and we got money. We're not as broke as they want us to be. We are the buying power of the United States. Trillions come from us. So if we're the buying power, they need us. We don't need them. So if we were to get our reparations, this is why they want to keep it from us. They think we're going to do to them what they did to us. No, we're not. We're just going to buy our land back. The whole country.
And those whom we want to show to the door, you got to go. It's gotten that bad. I've watched several, from a little girl all the way up, several revolts, several revolutions, several, and it just gets better and better and better. And then right now, I am not going to be part of dropping the ball. I just want to encourage my Black men. Reach deep inside and find that warrior that you know you are, because I can feel it. And on that, I will rest my plane.
This is all
okay. Thank you for that, sister. Black, my sinuses are hurting me, so my head is starting to hurt. I am going to drop off. This has been thanks, guys. Yeah.
Quick, take something like a cold bottle, like a frozen ice or something like that. Rub it on your nose, yo. You know what I'm saying? And and then take a little bit of Vaseline, specifically if you got the cocoa butter one, it works a little better. You know, you can't stick a Q-tip in your nose, but put some Vaseline on it and just rub it in your nose. It'll keep your nose moist because the air around here is real dry. Like I got to breathe my damn self. I feel like, you know what I mean?
Yes, I need to have a headache, I think, because I'm trying to breathe. So, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, we got some saline. I got to get some. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
You can make it warm water, salt, shake it up. That's saline.
Okay. You need that applicator though. That's the problem because I'll be saying the same thing.
I have one. I bought one. No, I have a Navy thing. Yeah, the Navy card.
I need that.
This is what you do. When you put it in, right? Well, it says when you put it in, put your tongue to the back of your thing so you don't swallow it. And just go like you're blowing and coming back in and out, and then blow and watch how much better it feels.
Right, that's what I actually do too. Yeah, I had
to take a hot shower.
Crazy, bro.
Loosen up my sinuses, but I'm going to rest and I'm gonna go do that now. And listen, you guys know I carry y'all in my heart, and it's gonna be okay. Don't give up. You can't. You know, if you gotta take a rest, do mental breaks. Just step back for a minute. That's fine, but don't be gone too long. I just want to let you know we heard you, Secret Sister, and I'm not sure what all happened.
Everybody is calling me crazy because I'm trying to tell them I'm trying to be the step beside the door. I have put my own family's life at stake. I'm getting FBI calls and fights and things like that, and for that I get called crazy because of what I told them. I told them about the aliens. I even leaked the conference, and guess what I got? I got called crazy only for 3 days later them to come out publicly and say, guess what? We have UFOs. Now it's everything, and not one person apologized. And what I'm not going to do is have people that are my grandchildren's age probably disrespect me. I can't do the disrespect because I don't disrespect anyone else. That I can't do.
Right. Well, I'll definitely be praying for everybody in here, and I'm going to go lay it down. And Black again, Black majority, Black American, and DJ, everybody in the room, thank you for being here. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Rella. Take care of yourself, Rella.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yep. I hope you feel better really, really soon. Is that allowing me to speak? Is this allowed? Okay, I'm on the social.
Yeah, better, Rella. Better.
So, the men, could you give me some response to what I said? I just want to hear from the men.
Yeah, my response is in the inside of your tweet notifications. You'll see. But hold on, then I posted to the Jumbotron. And hold on 1 second. Let's see. You'll see. Let's see that. I'll go back. Yeah, so hopefully it went there. Did it? Come on, stupid thing. Stay on Twitter. It's just like janky as hell, bro.
That's why we going back to social.
Hell yeah. So Jumbotron top left hand side, but check your tweet notifications. So it don't matter, as far as like, I don't think the war is on the front of what they doing. What our ancestors are doing, have done rather. Excuse me, I'm getting hungry. I'm actually in the kitchen whipping up some food. I can't even think straight myself, brother. My nose is still stuffed up. I'm getting over a cold. That's why I ain't pull up to the rally my damn self, and I got family in DC. But shout out to everybody that did, you know what I mean? So with that being said, it is hard to talk right now and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, it ain't about fighting with Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, you know what I mean? That's a different time, place, and era. Our fight is in the legislative right now, 100%. That's why it made no sense for, the Hebrew Israelites to even be at the reparations rally. I don't care about that, but you see money on the table. You feel what I'm saying? That's why I put this little meme up in here. What is it in the chat? Where it's like, if you get in the Jumbotron, yo, this one funny right here.
You know you're stupid. I seen it.
Yeah, top of the side. It said, please apply here. Please apply here if you don't want your reparations check. You know what I'm saying?
Why were they there? I mean,
take their money.
Great, King. I mean, you were there, right? Great King was there, right?
Yeah, I was there. If anybody else in the room was actually there, please come up to speak. We definitely want to hear any on the ground reports from people who were actually there, positive reports.
Yeah, I hear it was very good. But I did hear also there was from people that I used to work with in the government that Proud Boys were going to be there, and they were there. You had a lot of ops that was going to come, and this is the funniest. Y'all ready to laugh now? You had Roland Martin. I guess he thought that I'm gonna go to Baltimore and I'm gonna have and you ain't black if you vote, whatever kind of voting thing he was gonna have, right? Guess he showed up. Him and his cameraman. Everybody in Baltimore was in DC. I left.
That's funny.
Wow.
What's funny is his face. He was looking, driving like he said, "Is this the spot?" But he said, "Don't that say your name?" Because it had the whole back thing of Roland Martin, like as if he gonna do a TV show right there, empty. I think crickets. He might be by himself. And then he called out Marcel. He started to talk about Marcel. I said, "See, that's when you know you're effective. When the ops can't do nothing else but talk about you." You know what I mean? But that, I ain't gonna lie. Now, that part, I was like, okay, now, if nothing else, he needs to know about that. Everybody needs it. But I am so proud of all of you. And thank you, Greg, because my spirit was with all of you guys, but I just wasn't going to come and bring anything. And I hear it was by their data, like 3,000 people, almost 3,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't no little bit. Somebody talking about it's just a little bit. I said, no, they scanning right there. You're not looking out. I said, no, it looks like it's that, but it was almost 3,000 people. So how is it? How is the feeling there, Black?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, and yeah, the numbers are probably very close to 3,000, maybe even a little bit more, because people were coming the entire time, all the way up until the very end. People were still showing up. So I think if it went longer, they might have got a few more hundred people to show up to it. It is a park plaza, and from what I can tell, people on the weekends they take walks through this park. There's no grass; it's all concrete, but for whatever reason they call it a park. But yeah, so I think it's like a part of the community, even though you're in downtown DC and you're by all the Capitol building and White House and monuments and whatever. But people do utilize that space for whatever reason, and there were a lot of non-blacks that either walked through or were sort of on the peripheral of um, the rally, and some people were kind of hanging out. They would kind of stop for maybe 30 seconds, figure out what was going on, and they would immediately leave, because they could just tell it wasn't for them. I say this a lot. It's very, very true. And Kanye and Kyrie and Muhammad Ali, and I mean the long list of entertainers that have been punished by this society. This society sees us as entertainment. Most of black wealth is created through entertaining white people in this country. And so that's just the way that they look at us, or talent for sports, physical talent, or creative talent. They still are intellectual property, but in their minds, we are for their entertainment.
And that's what that little pocket of white people, like off to the side or whatever. That's what they and then not including there was a stage. So I guess it really looked like it then, like, what are they about to do? But show them different, huh?
Yeah, so that group that group was escorted through the rally. There are these sidewalks. They're very wide sidewalks on either side of where the stage was at, and they have bricks that are engraved with quotes, whatever quotes or dates, um, and so they came walking from the far end, and I think they were escorted by the park ranger. So they come walking through, and there are people basically standing in this walkway because the central part of the park, the plaza, is just wall to wall people. There's nowhere to stand. You couldn't squeeze through there if you wanted to. And so they come walking through. It's a group of probably 30 plus of these white, um, they look kind of businessy, but like not really, to be honest. They come walking through, plowing through. There was a speaker on stage. I can't remember who was speaking at the time, but it was disruptive. It was disrespectful because outside of the plaza, there are actual sidewalks where every normal people walk, and they could have utilized the sidewalks on the other side of the bench. There's like a concrete bench and a concrete wall. So I really felt like they intentionally did that to be disruptive, to be disrespectful. Behind the stage, behind the VIP area, there was a statue of some white guy on a horse. I assume it was George Washington, but I don't know. Um, some white guy on a horse. And so they kind of were congregating around that area. If there's a picture of them stopped congregating, that's essentially where they were at. And I sort of glanced over at them just to see what they were up to. Somebody was talking to them. It may have been a tour guide, to be quite honest, because
on a Sunday though.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday. Yeah.
They were like old. Like, you should be taking some tours some other time. And if y'all had the permit, like, I don't see why they were afforded the pleasure of walking and upsetting anything. Because from what somebody, I just seen a little bit of the camera. Tariq said he's doing the he got it done, and we want to edit it and do it real nice, and then we'll watch it. But you know, the thing is I see it through somebody's camera, and I'm like, well, what are they doing there? You know, like out of nowhere. And thanks to all of our cousins from the diaspora that came out and supported. I heard there was a lot of them, so I do appreciate that. And guess what? When we get our reparations, we don't have no problem standing with you to get yours. That's all they have to understand. We don't have no problem with that, because we have to stop this white alleged ownership stuff. That's over. Because I don't call them supreme, because I think I'm supreme over. I think we're supreme over everybody. We're the celebrities. By the way, did y'all know that? So I just want to say I love y'all. And I see you. I did see you take a picture with a whole bunch of. I seen real faces to go with the little avatars now, and I was like, dang. I wish I could have been there so I could see. So somebody could see my face other than this little avatar thing. But hopefully we can start doing some Zooms or something like that so that we can still get like a facial. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be nice.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Okay.
Is it what do you call it? Daylight saving time in America right now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so now it's an hour ahead.
Yeah, we just lost an hour.
Okay.
Basically. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Yeah, it really sucks actually. Because it means I'm gonna have to get one less hour of sleep, essentially, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, yep, that's what's happening.
My time stays the same.
Right.
So that means that so when you start the next space at 8:30, I'm thinking it's 8:30. It's actually going to be 9:30. Is that right?
That's a really good question. Yeah, because what I know we're headed to the period where it's going to get dark at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or maybe even a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, because right now it technically would be 2:42, right?
Right. No, it's 1:42. Right. Oh yeah, technically yeah, it'll be 2:42, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm retired, so I don't lose no hours.
I feel you on that, sister. I ain't retired, but shit, I could go to sleep when I feel like it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like whatever and shit. You know what I mean?
I got to tell you, when I had the accident, I didn't work for 2.5 years. That the one thing I miss about it was not needing to wake up every day or 6 days a week at a certain time, and I could just wake up when my body naturally wanted to wake up, and still do all the things I wanted to do, needed to do, but I was in a lot of pain through it all, but just having that freedom, I mean, that's actually real true freedom, to just be able to wake up when your body naturally wants to wake up, go to sleep when you naturally want to go to sleep, and not be on someone else's schedule. Man.
I think, you know what, it's okay. We'll be getting ready to be working for ourselves in our black FBA America. That's what it's going to be new. That's the new world. Black FBA. The Freedmen America. I don't know. Think of a name, guys, but I think FBA America.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, shout out to Ray down in the room. I see a few people. Anybody would like to come up, feel free. You know, we talked about the rally today. We had a few people in the space that had been to the rally. They gave their opinion from their perspective. Um, Overall, it was a beautiful day, beautiful event, well organized. There were some slight minor issues that to be so like even that group that if it was a tour, if they you had to be on that side of the rally, so it only affected a very small percentage of the people that were actually there. I think all of those little minor outside issues only really affected a small percentage of the people that were right next to it. So um the actual operation of it was flawless. It was organized flawlessly, and much better, much better, to be honest, than even some of these large, you know, country concerts where, I mean, my city, they were known for leaving like freaking 2 feet of trash all over the parking lots, all over the stadiums or whatever. So it was really well done. And kudos to the organizer, kudos to Tariq for putting it together and having a really good team of professionals to accomplish that goal. And essentially a black majority state is, the desire is to take that same level of professionalism and organization and just transfer it over to migrating and establishing black majority voter rule over these states. The smaller the state, the easier it is, the less complicated it is because there's less counties. There's just everything is just much easier. Someone mentioned Georgia having 156 counties. When you're dealing with and that's the state with the second most counties. I think Texas might be the one with the most, but at any rate, when you have a state with 156 counties, or 159 counties, I'm sorry, it is very complicated to take over a state like that. It gets really complicated. And it's not necessarily all about having the majority vote, because you could have the majority vote but still not control a majority of the counties. So you can control the state, you can have the governorship. Doesn't mean you're going to control the state legislators, because if you have majority white counties, they're going to vote for representation for themselves. And so you can end up with a black majority state with a black governor, but have a hostile legislative branch, and possibly a hostile judicial branch as well, depending on how judges are elected and then whether or not they're appointed or whatever the case may be. So every state is extremely different, and whoever desires to move to a certain state, you got to become an expert in that state so you understand how the state operates. They're all different. They're similar, but there are really distinctions and nuances and everything else that just got to pay attention to. It's not necessarily all about the numbers. The numbers matter. We got to get to 60%. 55% is possible. That's within the margin of error. They could always manipulate the vote and say, you lost by 10,000 votes or whatever the case. But if you're at 60%, you're way outside the margin of error. There's really not a way for them to manipulate that, as long as you have a head count on your voters and the people voted. And again, in a smaller state where you might have to count 150,000 votes or 200,000 votes, it's a lot easier to keep track of that versus a state where you gotta have 1 million or 1.5 million votes or 2 million votes or shoot, Georgia, you might have to actually have like 4 or 5 million votes to hit a 60% majority. So it becomes much more complicated and really a lot easier for them to continue to steal elections by manipulating the vote numbers, vote totals, because that's what they've been doing that forever. And until we get control over the state voting system, get control over actually having machines that print two receipts, one for the voter and one for the state to keep in case there's like a recall or a recount or whatever. I mean, you need those systems, backup systems like that, to make it so that the process is fair and equitable, and there is no corruption, there is no theft within the system. And that's and so remaining integrated and scattered across this country is not a solution, because we've already been doing that for the past 150 years since Reconstruction or since the Civil War. We've already been living like that. It only ends up the way that it ends up now, the way that it already exists, and it actually is going to get much, much worse. I think we all understand gentrification, rising cost of everything, especially rent. I mean, the mortgage rate is up now. So even if you could, you got good enough credit, you can buy a home, you're going to pay more to get the loan for the home. And banks are probably going to start getting a little tight with lending, just anticipating, inflation and other things in the market. So it's just we're constantly inundated with a barrage of problems from this society. And so if we don't control the society, we're going to continue to be victims of the society. We can't just live in the society and everything be okay. We can't just accept what they're throwing at us, accept the way that they're treating us, accept the way that they abuse our population, accept the way that they miseducate our population. Like, there's just so many things that this mainstream society does to our population that it is genocidal. I mean, that's the word a lot of people are using, and it is a factual word, because a lot of these things that they do meet the definition of the word genocide on our population. I had a conversation after this rally where, again, there's 3,000 people. It's a black couple, and not that it matters, but I guess it always matters. The woman was a foreigner. I could tell from her accent. The male was a black American, or so he seemed to be. But they were nice, really nice people. You could tell they were professionals. They said they walked through the rally. It really wasn't what they were into, but they had come down there to go to the African American Museum. And on a Saturday, they said it was packed full of people, so they didn't really get to experience it the way they wanted to. But we got to talking about the rally and politics and all of this detrimental actions that the white society is producing against Black Americans. And again, these are people that are probably, I would say, mid-30s, if I had to guess, ages mid-30s to upper 30s, maybe.
Out of the majors, bro.
Fox. Oh, damn it. Yeah,
on that call spot, bro.
Yeah, because I'm in let's see, what am I? I'm in, oh, I can't do it on that phone. All right, let me switch over here, because you know what I mean? Because I'm on two phones. I'm trying to make the one work. Let's see what we got. Okay, there goes the co-host. Let me see. I'm gonna try to get off of that one and be over here. It's echoing though. Does that sound better? Okay, how about now? How about now? Reverberate. Yeah, I can actually hear myself echoing on the other phone, but oh man, I lost where I was at. Oh yeah. So I'm talking to this couple. They're like mid-30s. Very, you could tell they're professionals. So I'm telling them like, this is what's going on. This is how the society is destroying us. This is how they're just decimating us. And I'm telling them about the rally, reparations. They're literally staring at me like I'm talking fucking alien language to them. Like they have no idea what's going on. It's not that they don't care, because I could see and I could hear that they really were concerned, but they just don't know. The woman said, um, she said, man, they do. She said the news, the media does a really good job of hiding this stuff. Because I said to her, I said, you do realize that the DC mayor and the city council voted to allow um, non-citizens to vote. And she looked at me like, again, like she saw a pink horse or something. Like she just had no clue as to what's going on. And that's how most people, like quite literally 90, it's got to be much higher than 90% of the people are just living their life and they have no idea what's going on. Even the people who know something's wrong, they just inherently like something ain't right, something ain't right, something, they got that gut feeling, but they can't tell you what's wrong. They just don't know the details of it. That's scary. And that's why I'm very firm on 10% of our population making this happen. Um, the reparations movement, whatever political action we undertake, it's likely to be 10% of us and not a whole lot more than that. Because most people, either they're too busy, they don't care, they figure somebody else will fix it, somebody else will protest, somebody else will go to the rally. They put it on other people, and those people don't exist. Those people just don't exist. But they have developed this place in their mind. I gotta believe, if they're even aware of what's going on, where they just kind of give it over to God. There's that's a popular saying. Just give it to God. Just give it to God. So a lot of people walking around just giving it to God and not really caring about what happens or not knowing what happens. Man, and ain't nothing ever going to change with that philosophy. So yeah, I'll end with that. Damn it, I can't believe this volume is.
Let Jesus take away, Lord. You know what I mean?
Echo.
I don't care what happened. He gonna bless me. You know what I mean? I don't need no reparations. I just need Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's wild. So is this thing actually on? Is it up? Okay. Damn it, bro. So I'm in a bad situation.
I see your brother fixing your phone over there. You know?
Yeah, because the one, I can't hear you out the other one. Damn it.
You know what? That 10% number is very correct, because you go to any country, especially a third world country, you got 10% of the country, they live a first world life, and the other 90% live absolute poverty.
That's it. That's it right there. You're right about that.
It's just the way the world is.
It's the way this shit is set up. I think it's the way it's designed, the way it's set up. You know what I mean? Like they set it up like this intentionally. Damn it, bro. Let's see if I can get back in here. I don't know. These phones are tripping, man. Okay, I'm doing a mic check over here. Is that better on this one?
For sure.
Okay. Okay, so we got some people on YouTube. Jay Bryce. We got B1 Beauty Supply. Oh, DJ Sedge One, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Someone's asking, we only need 15,000. Not sure what that means. 15,000. Um, Rally for Reparations, an amazing event. A lot of amazing people there. There were probably a dozen people. Well, no, I'm gonna say there was probably 2 dozen people there that we interact with through posts and spaces that I didn't get a chance to meet because of there were so many people there. The opportunity just never presented itself. We never crossed paths in that plaza. So I was hoping I can meet a lot of people. 15,000 people to do.
Hey, I noticed it's a lot of new people that came into this space today because I follow at least 40 people that I've never seen here before.
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
Got a lot of new people in that space today.
Yeah, anybody who would like to come up to speak, definitely do so because I'm thinking it's actually what is it actually 3 a.m. right now? Yeah. I mean, if we start doing that, the thing about daylight savings time, once you go to sleep, the first night it might be a little tricky, but by the second or third night, you just kind of get used to it. Body catches up. See if there's anything in this.
Hey, bro, real quick, since we are up here on late night or whatever, just to switch the subject for us for like a split second. If you go over to social on a web browser or whatever, like you be. So what I was saying to you the other night is when you go into the community section, right? And you'll see that it says News Carter at the top featured. So I did see those controls, but I'm blocked from accessing it though. So when you go into the community side, and you should, I don't know if you saw my comment down there, you should invest in some podcasting equipment, bro. So that way it'll fix your mic issues since you stationary at home anyway. You feel what I'm saying? Doing the show every week.
You know, God, and man, I'm not trying to take
you get into the music section, the community over there. There's a whole bunch of giveaway shit over there. You just gotta sign up, man. You know what I mean? Hopefully you win. Because like I said, majority of the equipment I got, I ain't pay for this shit. I want it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or they was doing giveaways, and you know what I'm saying? So a lot of this shit out here is free, man. You know what I mean? So what I was saying though, in the community section, when you see all the lists of the communities, and you click the little 3 dots on the right hand side of that community, it'll say feature it or whatever. So put some features up in there from other communities because I don't think people are seeing the communities, man. You know, I know they see the topics of the main topics of the main top form outside of the communities or whatever. But I don't think anybody's saying these communities, man.
That's interesting. So what I would do, like so News Twitter, he's posting, and if I see something I like and it's a sports article, now that we can actually share inside social, I just started taking that, sharing it over into the sports section.
Right.
Now, if you're following all these different communities, you're going to see it a couple times.
That's what I originally told News Tyler to do. Just take, like, if you got a post that's about sports or fashion, then put it in one of the communities. Yeah. But he hasn't had time to navigate the system, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But go ahead, though.
Yeah, I was wondering. It seemed like I don't know if he's automated, if he's got it automated, or he's actually manually doing the upload. Yeah. Is it really? Wow. Oh man. Wow. So so I can understand the time. It would make it a little more complicated to do it that way. If he
not necessarily. I just I think what it is just a learning curve once you figure it out. you'll be on your way. You know what I mean? Because when you go to the beginning, like if you're on the app on the phone and you go to the beginning, you right there at the main feed. If you wanted to post something, you just hit the plus button at the bottom, or you could tap where it's at the top where it says social. And once you get into like the post mode, you can just pick topics, group. So say for instance, instead of searching for the communities, you can just tap the social again. It'll pop up the community right there. Damn, yo, oh shit, this shit is fire, yo. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Twitter, y'all. Come up to social. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And so I maybe I'll ask him if it's okay if I move, like, if I move the post to the right community or what, you know what I mean, that matches it. Because I know he posted like a Diddy. I think Diddy's investing in I think he bought two major marijuana companies in New York or something like that. And so that's going to make him like one of the largest marijuana companies in the country, black owned. So I was like, man, that would be perfect in the Puff Puff Legal Cash category, right? Because it just fits right in. So if he's cool with that, when I go down the timeline, I could just, like you said, because all you do is just push the button and move it over to that community. It's really simple. Now, here's the thing: this November 8th update, it was so they're calling it spaces. I don't really know why. I wish they wouldn't have used that word, because Twitter has spaces. Why would you use the same word? That just sucks to me. But they're I think they're trying to get rid of topics, and they're calling this thing spaces now, but it's going to be different. They're going to self navigate everything over back end. So essentially, what is the 8th? That's like Wednesday, I guess, in the middle of the week. So it's essentially going to come in, go on social, and it's going to be a little bit different. This is going to be different. So be aware that's coming. The hashtags, they want to go to the hashtags, to the topics. I do remember that, but it's like a different way to organize the whole thing. Whatever. It was sounding like way too. Well, I'm not gonna say too complicated, but just like it's just more of what's already there as far as I concerned, and it wasn't what I wanted the most. You know what I mean? Like, instead of 2-hour video streams, open those up to everybody and make them 4 hours or something like that. You know what I mean? These audio rooms, which are amazing, that would be awesome if they added something like that. Just something that's different than what they already got that people are asking for. Because there was a lot of people, believe it or not. I'm in that little, that it was like a conference, whatever chat, and there had to be a couple thousand people in there in that chat, man. And those are all people who have platforms or whatever. So, I was like, damn, there's a lot of people that do whatever they do, business, yoga, teaching classes, whatever. Everybody used it for a different reason, but um yeah, I was actually surprised that there were so many people in there.
Hey guys, I gotta get out of here, man.
Okay.
It's almost 3:30.
Oh yeah.
Here.
Oh really? You got? Yeah. Oh, you don't have the daylight savings over there? You just stay in the same time?
No. Yeah, it just say they don't have that.
Wow. Oh.
Here. Yep.
That's crazy. Okay, all right. Well, enjoy your week. Stay safe. I know there's a lot of bad weather over there, man. I keep hearing about it.
Yeah, it'll be all right, man. I'm used to it. I'm used to the destruction every week. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, man. Hey, I appreciate everything, and I'll see you guys next week.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right. What we got? Kick me down in the in the Matrix, man. It seemed like the co-host tonight, because the other co-host. Oh, I'm on the wrong phone. Yeah, she kept getting matrixed up and couldn't do nothing. This is so weird. So weird, man. Man, this thing is so weird. it gets so annoying after a while because you're just trying to have a conversation. That's all you're doing. I'm surprised they let so many people in the space.
Bro, you got a co-host, right?
DJ.
It looked like DJ just kicked out.
Yeah, he got kicked out. I think he's gonna come back up. I think he's gonna come back up. Come back in and come back up. But it's okay. No, no. If he don't make it back, I think he will. But I'm gonna have to go to sleep soon anyway because I got to get up anyway for work. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But look, I tried to follow all the new people, man. I think I got 50 new followers today.
Oh, really? Out of this space?
Yeah.
Wow, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah. And I think I follow like maybe 60, 70 people.
Oh, wow.
And look, we usually there's not that many new people in the space, in our spaces, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It could be the rally effect. To be honest.
Right.
Yeah, it could be that. Um, I don't know. I know they restrict me to following 5,000 people, and they keep taking people out of the people that I'm following, so I get a chance to follow new people.
Well, I'm getting up there, man. I'm at 4,200.
Oh, really?
4,185, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you get see, sometimes they'll let me go 5,002, 5,000. Right now I have 5,001, but yeah, they stopped letting you go. Now that it depends. I think you got to have that many followers in order to go above that number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yep. So I don't know if you're aware with the Kanye and the Kyrie Irving situation.
Yeah.
But they're actually talking about um basically whiteballing him out of the league, saying that his contract will be up. He's been this problem over the last couple seasons, which is total BS. They're essentially fabricating a negative opinion or attitude about him so that they can essentially wash him out of the league. It's really, man, I'll tell you, these people they're demonic. There's no other way to describe people who do what they do. It's not normal. It's not humane.
Actually, I see this in many countries, man. Like, look, like, if you want to be rich, right, then you have to follow or obey the command of the leaders or the people in power. If you want to remain rich,
shit crazy.
You have to obey. And once you go against the people in power, you're gonna lose all your money. This happened in China. This happened in Russia. It happens in America.
Yeah, but it don't happen.
Thing as, what do you call that money when you got hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you call that? What they say? Funk you money or something? There's no such thing as that. Because even if you're a billionaire, they can take everything you own.
Crazy. Well, yeah, I was gonna say, in America, it only happens to us. It doesn't happen to other people, other individuals of other different groups, races, ethnicities, whatever. It happens to us. I know, what was the guy, Jack Ma in China? They basically stripped him. They're different systems, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're different. Russia's a different system. America is not supposed to be like China or like Russia. So that's a big problem. The other main problem is that they're targeting black people when they do that. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking tired.
Wait for Black to come back. I guess he's not coming back. Oh, he's back. I see he's requesting. Let me see.
Yeah, it's weird because I can't do nothing with it. I even see him throwing up hundreds, but I can't do anything with it. I can't make him a co-host. I can't. It looks like he's a speaker on my thing, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, this thing is janky, gang. I don't know if you can hear me, bro. This shit is trash, Twitter.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. So I didn't get a chance to talk about this one. In California, Black Americans may soon be eligible for up to $1 million in reparations. And this is from the chairwoman, Camilla Moore. She says, I hope others look to California as we trailblaze what reparations looks like for Black Americans who descend from those who lived in slavery. I added up, it's 2 million eligible Black Americans living in the state. That would be essentially $2 trillion if every individual got $1 million. There's a lot of questions I have about that because, what about the people who lived there their whole lives and they just left 2 or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, even, stuff like that is like, man, like, did they? And I've been listening as much as I can to the Monday sessions. I listened to a lot of the earlier sessions, and so I'm just like, did they put in any provisions for the people who actually did live there most of their lives, but decided they had enough, moved on, or is it just current residents who live in the state today? That would suck if you were somebody who lived there your whole life and you moved 2 years ago, and because of that, you're not eligible. Because that's a lot of money. I mean,
But don't California got it to where the point where is the money will follow you though. If you were like originally, if you were born in California in 1975 or whatever, and you moved to New Jersey in 95 and shit, but your original birth certificate and social, your hospital records are in California. You know what I mean? I think that's how it goes. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the only reason I say I'm not sure is because they use the 2 million number, because I think there's like 2.9 or 2.6, but the 0.9, those are the diasporans, the non-Black Americans. So they're being specific about that number. And again, I don't know if the people who left the state are included in that 2 million number. So I really, again, I don't live in California. I had family members that did live out there. So I don't know how, like, that's another thing. If you weren't born in California, but you moved there, in your teens or as a toddler or even as an adult, and you stayed there for 20 years, would that make you eligible at that point or not? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you mean, because reparations is a two-tax system, is state and federal. So I think they're basing it off like a 10-year history as well. So I guess if you left California 10 years ago, I guess you will have to get it from Pennsylvania or whatever state, your reparations and whatever the numbers will be there per descendant. You know what I mean? Which could turn into obviously a different number from Cali. Like obviously, state reparations is going to be different for everybody, because it's not federal. You know what I mean? But I say go for it, and wherever state you're in, go make sure you apply for your shit. Stay on it. Make sure you know your state legislation number,
bro.
as far as your state reparations number. New Jersey 8938, California AB 3121. So know your state reparations number, man. Stay on the bill and stay on the task forces, and do the same thing California folks doing. If you need some insight on that, go to Sister Reparationist Perspective. She got 300 videos, all detailing reparations, 2 to 10 hours of video. So you're gonna be over there for a minute. Reparations Perspective, YouTube. But yeah, I think it follows you, man. For some strange reason, I've heard that like several times before. No matter if you moved away or whatever, it's coming from whatever state you were born in. So some folks might have to reach back. On that note.
Well, that's it. Because because here's what's going to happen. Either way, if this number, is firm, $1 million per person, even if it's a little less than that, people who live there are definitely going to be trying to figure it out at that point. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be calling or on the web trying to understand, what their position is or whatever. So, yeah.
Hey man, I see you, Sleepy Weepy. I'm out, bro. It's already 2:20. I got work to do over here on the computer myself, bro.
Truly, I'm fighting it, fighting it bad. So yeah, that's what's up. I am fighting my sleep.
You're in the matrix yourself with the voice again, but I see it's because you're moving your phone around on the screen too. So just talk close to the mic or whatever.
Okay, is this better? A little bit. A little bit better. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we're gonna close it down here. Dang it, bro. Yeah, we're gonna close it down. I had an amazing day. Enjoyed the rally. Enjoyed all the people I met. Enjoyed all the people I didn't meet. And I'm just like excited for the next one and everything in between, and just keep pushing. Yeah, springtime I'll be in Delaware, and everything for me really kind of begins at that point. But it's been 4 years to get to that point. So, but thank everybody for coming into the space. We are here every Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you next time. If I see you in a space, I do hop in some spaces every once in a while. Try to listen in. I really go into spaces just to listen as much as I can. Just because I'm always trying to learn. That's really what it's about. That's what life's about. So God bless you. God bless your family. And peace and reparations and Black majority state. Good night. Damn it, bro. I didn't know you was about to talk. I would have slowed that way the fuck down. All right, everybody. We're done. I'm signing off here. Going getting to bed. I actually had some weird allergies on the way back. Windows up, my eyes were just itching like crazy. I don't know if it was the different air quality, pollen in the air or whatever, but damn, that shit was bad. But yeah, so good night. God bless. Let me get that last one in there. Yeah, I'm tired as hell. Boom. Boom.